within the measures being because proposed. They just cannot. So this is what live within the measures being having proposed. Listened to this the proposals and to the views following the proposals to take into account, give us a lot more of the things that the taxpayer feels that they are getting a little more disposable income in their pockets.
Okay.
And then, as much as you want to raise revenues, do it in a phased approach, and then decide: do we really need a 3.9 trillion budget? It's always a perennial question when we can only raise revenues of about 2.9 at best, assuming the Revenue Authority meets its targets. So that's the question. That big gap. We start our budget already forecasting or budgeting for a deficit of 500 billion shillings. If the Revenue Authority doesn't meet the target of 2.9 next year, the budget can only widen. That will mean we'll only borrow more. We have budgeted to borrow 257 billion domestically and 258 externally. So that can only mean we say we don't want to borrow more. But the reality then will be we'll still have to borrow. We need to learn how to live within our means.
So you're saying this is an expenditure problem. We've just been joined by FCPA Njuguna Malombe, Council Member ISPAC, Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. But just interesting observation there, how slow that vehicle is moving, that people can walk alongside it at a stately pace, let me put it that way. This is one budget statement that is highly guarded, I am told, that the security within the CBD, especially around Parliament, is a very tight. They're literally moving at a crawl or a snail's pace as they take that budget to Parliament. As I'm sure you're aware, you've walked probably at one point or the other that distance between Treasury and Parliament. And, there will be debate on this. Georgina, this budget that will be presented by the Cabinet Secretary today, and we've been talking about gaps between what will be raised and what the targets are, gaps between what Kenyans are demanding and where the government is, gaps between where our debt should be and where it is currently, the debt burden. But just your thoughts on what are some of the highlights, what stood out for you where this budget is concerned?
Thank you, Olive. I think for me, what really stood out, it's some of the benefits that the bill brought about, especially on the citizens who are in employment. We saw a proposal to enhance tax-free pension contribution from 20,000 to 30,000, and that indeed brings about some little space in terms of disposable income. We saw exemptions of pensions from tax. I think that is good, because I think in the same spirit, whatever we contribute to pensions is part of the income that you've earned over the years, and I think for me that is a welcome move. We've also seen enhancements of the non-cash benefits that employees get from their employers, from 36,000 to 48,000. Of course, that is quite marginal, but I think for the big businesses, of course, the exemption of what we would call transfer of a business as a going concern. It's one of those things that I would welcome. And indeed, reduction of capital gains tax from 15 to 5%. I think that is a welcome move, because it was really starting to have a very negative impact, especially on the stock market.
Just look, is this, I wonder for you, Steve, does this look like the longest ride of of his life? So close yet so far, given the pace at which they're moving. But that is the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Njuguna Ndungu, and he is making his way to Parliament. He is, at this point, based on my estimation, they're just about to get to the gate and make his way into Parliament, where he will read the budget statement. But listening to you, Georgina, there is some positive. We've talked a lot about MYKE bread. We've spoken a lot about edible oils, about the eco levy, but you were mentioning exemption of tax, for example, for pensions, and transfer of business as a growing concern. You talked about the capital gains tax. I'm curious, Do you agree with Caxton, Steve, on the issue of more money being directed, he wishes more money was directed towards agriculture, more money was directed towards manufacturing, and actually that is a concern that was raised by the Cabinet Secretary earlier today?
Thank you. I totally agree with Caxton, because remember, when you have been doing something the same way and you do not
I do beg your pardon, Steve, sorry to interrupt you, but there he is. He is getting into Parliament's precincts. They're in his Volkswagen, and he is there to present the budget statement for the financial year 2024-2025. By the way, the hashtag is budget 2024-2025. He's getting out of the vehicle there. And let's see the parliamentary leadership that is lined up to receive him. He is a guest this afternoon. And there he is. I see the chair of the budget committee, Ndindi Inyoro, as well as Silvanas Osoro, who is the majority whip, standing next to Ndindi Inyoro, there to receive him. I also see Naomi Wako not too far there. Is that Baya that I see? Yes, there we have it. He is being invited by Owen Baya there, and Naomi Wako is there. And then the clerk of the National Assembly, right behind him is his principal secretary, and that is Chris Kipto. And so to this afternoon, all eyes, the spotlight will be on him and what he is carrying in that briefcase. When you were growing up, was this a highlight? Why do you think this is such a momentous occasion, Steve, before we get back to agriculture and manufacturing?
I think budgets have been read in the previous years, but recently we have seen a lot of impetus and the citizens getting involved. And the reason why they are getting involved, in my opinion, is because these particular choices, these particular issues that are being raised are affecting us, are affecting them directly. And they're starting to feel the pinch. Because when you realize that your life is changing because of the implementation of such things, the taxes that are getting increased, of course, then you tend to listen more carefully so that you get involved and know why are things going the way they are going. So I wouldn't say that it's a different highlight. It's only that as we speak, perhaps, and the question that we need to ask ourselves is it that then taxes were being used the way they were supposed to be used? Did they go to the delivery of services to the common mwananchi, which is not happening now? And I think that is a question even the government needs to ask itself. Why is it all of a sudden that the populace are more focused on these particular measures? Yes.
I suppose this is the day that the CS will really need to massage his jaw between the smiles when taking photos with the briefcase and delivering the budget statement. Caxton, of what significance is this for you?
Well, other than the opportunity for a photo, which has been traditional, I would say for me to go back a little when you ask, why is it such a pompous thing? Yes, and growing up, we always used to, I remember when I was very, very young and I didn't even understand much about the budget, I would remember my parents saying, oh, the budget is being read. So what's the budget? They're going to tell us how much we will sell some commodity for, what prices are going to go down and what prices are going to go up. That was very rudimentary and very basic. Then it got to a point where we got more interested, and what made it such a big thing, especially for us practitioners, is the revenue-raising measures were always a secret, and we would only get to hear of them when the Minister for Finance spoke on the floor of Parliament to give his speech, as it was called then. But then, with the enactment of the 2010 Constitution, nothing happens by surprise. Revenue-raising measures are supposed to be laid before Parliament by 30th of April. So we saw these ones on the first week of May. That is why there has been a lot of hue and cry, because people are expressing their views around the proposals. About the allocations, again, we got to learn them of them before today. So here, I'm also looking to see what the CS will be telling us, maybe give a bit of a scorecard of what they have done between last year and now, and what they expect the revenues that they will raise, the impact they will have on the economy, and explain the rationale behind the focus areas. He will probably talk of the bottom-up economic transformation and how this budget really helps in the realization of that dream. So that's what I can say makes this day special. We want to at least hear from his perspective what his views are, because we have had a lot of views from Kenyans, and they are saying, yes, the things that FCPA Georgina here has mentioned, I tick all of them, and I would even add one more on people who are in the multinational space, and they have a chance, if the proposal goes through, to have APAs, which bring a lot of certainty for a period of 5 years, so you know what your taxes will be. And yes, that's a positive thing. On the other hand is when he comes and says, this is how we want to spend your money, we want to see whether there'll be real value in those areas that he wants to say that the government wants to prioritize. Tough job, but this is what he signed up for. So we will wait to hear what he tells us about his other priorities.
I'm curious, Georgina, for you, is this as big a moment for the CS as it is for the budget chair, Ndindi Nyoro?
I think the CS has a tough job to do because beyond the budget committees and all that, it is the CS who has to deliver all that, what has been packaged as one. And I think why I'm saying the CS would be, carrying the weight is because out of this budget, there would be certain reactions from the citizens, from the business community, from the employed, citizens. So he carries the burden, first of all, balancing that smile. Number two, balancing the pain. And of course...
And I see there, sorry, Georgina, I see there the Majority Leader National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah, also stepping up to take a picture with the CS and the famous briefcase. Sorry to disrupt you.
It's fine.
Can go ahead?
Yeah, and therefore we'll also be seeing the reactions of investors, and that will absolutely start affecting, the economy, and is forecasted revenues also could be hit by that. So I see from where Ndindi Nyoro stands that he has already handed over, and therefore the CS has to pick it from there and see how to communicate the budget that we are really waiting for.
All right, so there we go. They're just about finished with the pictures that they're taking. I see here parliamentarians have made their way into the House, and we see the Speaker, Moses Wetangula, walking up to the microphone. I expected the House would be packed for the reading of this particular budget statement. It appears not so much, but perhaps they're milling around the corridor, waiting to make their way in. But there we have it. We are just waiting on the CS, who arrived a few moments ago, to make his way into Parliament's precincts, and where he will be invited. There he goes, making his way in. He will be invited to make the budget statement. It is customary for him to do so. Let's listen in and see what what directions the Speaker of the House, Moses Wetangula, is giving at the moment.
Do we have quorum? Eh? Honourable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
I have the program in my hands, and the National Assembly was to commence at 30 minutes past 2. It's just 5 minutes past now. And he has arrived at Parliament buildings, and he has been met by the leader of the majority party, the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. And I beg your pardon, there we go. There we have the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula.
Public Accounts Committees, AfroPac. I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members from the African Organization of Public Accounts Committees, AfroPac, who are seated in the Speaker's gallery. They comprise the Honorable Medat Lubega Segona MP, Chairperson and Head of the delegation. The Honorable James Kulutse Avedzi, MP. The Honorable Mark Razalius Botomani, MP. And the Honorable Madala Mahlanga, MP. Honorable members, the delegation accompanied by members of staff is in the country to attend the Executive Committee meeting of AfroPac. For your information, Kenya hosts the Secretariat of AfroPac, and our own Chairperson of Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable John Mbadi, EGHMP, is the Deputy Secretary General of the organization. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the Parliament and wish them a fruitful engagement during their stay. Members, take the nearest seats. Honorable Kainan, where is your nearest? Okay.
Yo, what's up, YouTube? Ronix with it.
You can see the strugglers of those who are waiting to receive him running into the chambers there and taking their seats. But I'm curious, Steve, what in particular are you going to be paying keen attention to in this budget statement?
Thank you again. When you look at the appropriations and how the monies and the budget is being allocated to different sectors, and I'm picking from what Caxton was talking about. Now, in terms of the areas or the sectors that are able to give or to spur this particular economy, which is majorly the agricultural sector and also the manufacturing sector, what we see is a paradigm shift, if I may put it that way, where not so much is being given to that particular sector. Now, as I was saying earlier, if you have been doing something the same way and you have not been getting results, which by that I mean the fact that we have been trying to raise revenues using taxes and overtaxing, Kenyans in a particular economy, the question is, where can we look further? And we have had different experts and even the CS himself saying, where else can we go? Where else can we get the money to finance this particular budget? But if the one that we know of is not working, then I think we need to look elsewhere. And I think the best thing that we should do is try to spur the economy, try to spur the sectors that we know can yield us something more. And how do you do that? You do not do that by any alleviating or giving less funding to those particular sectors. If I give an example, if you look at what the finance bill is proposing, especially from the the tourism sector, if you look from a VAT perspective and exemption and facilitation, you'll find that it is removing exemption. Most of the inputs that go to a tourism sector, the exemptions are being removed, and we are saying that now such kind of services will be taxable. So the question is, what are we saying? What are we telling the proponents of that particular sector, which we know that it's a sector that Kenya highly relies for its revenues? When you come to the manufacturing sector again, we have seen the proposal being on the recycling of plastics. Now inputs that go into that are also getting removed from the VAT exemption. Now we are doing that, and on the flip side, we are increasing or introducing eco levy on those items of plastic. So what are we doing to that sector? We are literally killing that particular sector, and it is the sector that we can spur to help build up this big cake that we are also trying to build up, and then be able to get revenues out of it. Yeah.
All right. So this is what we can expect from in his budget speech. He will highlight the economic performance. The pronouncement provides an overview of the country's economic performance over the last year, including the economic growth rate, inflation, among other key economic indicators. A big part of this conversation has been around, can you tell us what you did with the revenue that was raised, the additional revenue that was raised in the last financial year? He will give fiscal policy direction. The speech outlines the government's fiscal policy priorities and strategic plans for the coming fiscal year. This includes major projects, sectoral allocations, and development initiatives. Caxton, there has been the question of how overall taxation policies, adjustments to existing taxes, introduction of new taxes, among other revenue-enhancing strategies. And basically, essentially, what people will be paying keen attention to this afternoon are the expenditure plans. And the Cabinet Secretary outlines how the government intends to allocate its resources across different sectors, such as education, which you talked about earlier, Caxton, health, infrastructure, and security, among other sectors. And Georgina, I did ask this other gentleman what this budget reveals about this administration's priorities, because this is their second budget, essentially. When they came in 2022, that was Uhuru Kenyatta's budget. This is their second budget. What did it say to you as far as their priorities are concerned?
I think, allow me just to start from a policy perspective. And why I'm getting to the policy perspective, I think early in the year, we had anticipated that this budget would be taking into cognizance the tax policy that even was passed by Parliament, and this would give anybody within and without the country certain anticipations, planning in terms of taxes. But without reference to the tax policy, I think those projections, tax planning has also become something that we are not able to anticipate, because it was very important even for strategic decisions for businesses. But I think for me, this government, the budget brings out certain aspects of the government that are not predictable. We've seen, and we're seeing incremental spending rather than, cost management that will bring costs down while preserving the revenue that we have. We are seeing a lot of divergent views, even from the public participation, because over 83% from the InfoTrack report that came, 83% of Kenyans are not supporting this. So for me, I'm seeing this government needs to listen, and when you look at what has been projected, it needs to look at the touch points. What are those touch points that when they touch the ordinary citizen? When they touch people in the manufacturing sector. When they touch, from the ordinary mwananchi to the very high-end citizens.
All right. Just looking at what part of what happens after this speech is Parliament will interrogate the highlights. And I just want to pull that up. But so following the submission, beg your pardon, here we go. Following the submission of the budget estimates and other documents to the National Assembly, the same are publicized by the Cabinet Secretary. Upon approval of the budget estimates by the National Assembly, the Cabinet Secretary prepares and submits a appropriation bill based on the approved estimates to the National Assembly. The National Assembly ought to approve the estimates in time for the appropriation bill and other bills relevant to the implementation of the budget to be assented to by 30th of June. And but do you expect that that there would be great divergence between what the Cabinet Secretary submits and what ultimately is assented to by the President, Caxton?
Yeah, but I would expect, Olive, by now we understand that the committee that is charged with bringing these proposals and to actually collating the views that they have already collected from the public have retreated for the next 5 days. The expectation is that they are going to synthesize all the views that have been given by multiplicity of sectors, citizens, and everyone that has had occasion to present or to make submissions. Then, hopefully, as FCPA here is saying, we would expect that 83% finds some incorporation in the final proposals that they enact. Because what will happen once this committee retreats, it will come up now with proposals taking into account what they have listened to. Then that again will be tabled in Parliament before it eventually assented to by the President as a Finance Act containing the final proposals. So that is exactly what we would hope to happen between now and then. What the CS is going to tell us today, I think as far as we know, is what it's already in the public domain. He doesn't have any views yet, I would expect, from the committee. So, and he will wait to hear what final proposal that they come up with. So, in the end, again, as he comes here, the things that I would expect that he will have to address, that thing of the fiscal policy and how well it is aligned to the national tax policy that we've just given ourselves.
Take, for example, the issue of minimum wage. It is not under the purview of the private security regulatory authority.
Make your point, Bashir. We don't have much
Thank you very much.
Time.
On matters of minimum wage, it is the Labour Council that sets minimum wage. The work of the PSRA is to ensure that it implements and enforces the minimum wage as set by the labor law. It's not under their purview to set minimum wage. Two, there's a lot of despondency on the private security industry now, because every now and then, every 2 weeks, every month, they are getting new legal notices, which, in my understanding, and the understanding of our committee for that matter, is that it has not been approved by Parliament. So the regulations out there is null and void, and I wish that the Minister of Interior and National Coordination should ensure that they abide by the rule of law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Osoro, make your point in 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support Honorable Mbui's statements on the conduct and the directions given by the PSRA in regard to the private security firms raising the minimum wage of the security officers to 30,000. Honorable Speaker, the era of people or authorities making unilateral statements or directions is long gone. One can't wake up one morning and do letters, spread them across all the security firms and tell them, by this particular date, you must pay your soldiers, or rather the security officers, 30,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, the security firms operate under contractual agreements with their clients. And there is no single contract, Honorable Speaker, except a few selected, where, in fact, even the government entities, Honorable Speaker, the set amount that they pay security firms per security officer is about 21,000 or 25,000. So, Honorable Speaker, a CEO of PSRA cannot wake up one morning and direct security firms that by force, on this particular day, make sure you pay your security officers 30,000. That is an illegality, Honorable Speaker. You cannot bypass this house, the house that makes laws, You wake up one morning, bypass this house, you ignore the subsidiary legislation process, and decide the rule is this way. Honorable Speaker, we support Honorable Mbui's statement.
Thank you. Tongoyo, 1 minute. You are the chairman of security. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to really also comment on the issue being raised by my colleagues on the proposed increase of wage bill, minimum wage by the PISRA. Honorable Speaker, as much as it's true we agree with the concern raised by members, the issue of minimum wage is still also ongoing discussions. Honorable Speaker, it's good to agree that some of the farms, big farms like Equity, like actually some of the big institutions, pay as less as even 10,000, Honorable Speaker. So we had a proposal that we had actually proposed to the institution to adopt, whereby they are going to form categorization and give different classifications and different certificates, so that the institutions that, of course, they are big like G4S, who can be able to afford the 30,000, they are given a different certificate, and they are, of course, you'll be able to be given a certificate and a classification depending on your capacity, just like the way NCA does. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a very valid discussion, but I think it's something that we should be able really to appreciate, that majority of these institutions actually pays extremely too low when themselves are actually earning more. So I think the point to look at it is that we are going to have the regulatory authority give different certificate, different classes, so that the big companies who actually able to have the capacity should be able to pay the minimum. Those in the villages, like those who got the primary schools and small institutions, can able to pay the minimum that they can able to afford.
Thank you. Majority Leader, this statement was directed at you. You also have your Thursday statement. We have only 9 minutes to start the next business.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank the Honorable Robert for that statement. And indeed, it has been a concern to many people who have also reached out to me who are running security firms. And I want to commit that I will get in touch with the ministry and give a response in the course of next week, by Thursday next week, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you indulge me now to go to the usual Thursday statement, as you said, in the interest of time. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Thursday, 11th June 2024, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as you had previously communicated, today, Thursday, 13th June 2024, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, EGH, will make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term. I urge members to listen keenly and actively participate in this important business when the opportunity for debate on the matters raised comes up in the House, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it will also be important to mention it to members of the public that this is not the Finance Bill 2024-2025, because there has been a misconception outside there that what the CES National Treasury is coming to spell out today is the Finance Bill 24-25. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will be important for members of the public to get the understanding that these are just the revenue-raising measure statement, not the Finance Bill. I know many of these members have been harassed by members of the public on matters touching on voting. There will be no voting today, Honorable Speaker, on anything. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages. 1, Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill of 2022. 2, the second reading of the following bills: the Land Laws Amendment Bill, Bill number 2 of 2023. 2, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2023. And C, the MYKE Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions. 1, report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for the 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. 2, report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. 3, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of specified state corporations. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from this Embu team that is conversing in Kimbere and Embu.
Order, honorable members, Karemba and your team. CNN, go and take your seat.
Honorable Speaker, the only word I could understand was Mogoka. In the conversation they are conversing. 3, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of specified state corporations. 4, report on the Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. 5, report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection to the semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Uganda. 6, report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. 7, report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of alleged fair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya. And 8, second report of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on Employment Diversity Audit in Public Institutions. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 19th June 2024, to respond to the following questions. 1, question by private notice number 004 of 2024 by the member for Gilgil, Honorable Mother Wangare, CBS MP, regarding the death of Jasmine Njoki in Gilgil, Nakuru County. 2, question by private notice number 05 of 2024 by the member for Samburu North, the Honorable Eli Letipila, MP, regarding the status of the investigation into the death of Honorable Paul Loshimpiro, MCA, for the Angata Nanyekia ward in Samburu North constituency. 3, question by private notice number 006 of 2024 by the member for Luanda, Honorable CPA Dick Maungu, MP, regarding the sporadic attack which led to the killings of people in Luanda constituency. 4, Honorable Speaker, I think you may have to separate these members from Embu County. I doubt even the Cabinet Secretary will not be heard if these members sit here, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Ruto. Order, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Karemba, can you go to where you normally sit? Go retreat where you normally sit.
In actual fact, Honorable Speaker, these 3 seats are reserved for members of the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Deputy Speaker.
Retreat.
And the commissioners have been displaced.
Wind up. Wind up. Karemba, you will go and sit where you normally sit. Finish up, Majority Leader.
Now that, Honorable Speaker, I can transact some peace. 4 was a question by private notice number 08 of 2024 by the member for Lugari, Honorable Nabwere Nabi, MP, regarding the status of the investigation into the circumstances that led to the death of 2 brothers, Mr. Bonaventure Ounza and Mr. Kalistas Apuoka, by the policemen based in Santo Police Station. 5 is question number 11 of 2024 by the member for Moyale, Honorable Professor Jaldesa Guyo, MP, regarding the status of the investigation into the circumstances surrounding the shooting of Ms. Kabale Galgalo Guyo around Kangemi Mosque compound. 6, question by private notice by number 012 of 2024 by the member for Lamu, Honorable Monica Mudhoni, MP, regarding the recurring conflict between herders and farmers in Ndungu village of Hindi Ward, Witu and Mkunumbi wards in Lamu County. 7, question number 271 of 2023 by the member for Laisamis, Honorable Joseph Lekuton, MP, regarding birth and death registration offices in Laisamis and Loyangalani sub-counties. 8, question number 02 of 2024 by the member for Matungu, Honorable Oscar Peter Navulindo, MP, regarding the surge in cases of livestock theft in the Western region and in particular Matungu constituency. 9, question number 03 of 2024 by member for Kinango, Honorable Gonzi Rai, MP, regarding the deployment of the contingent of GSU officers to Kazamoyo village in Kwale County. Question number 05 of 2024 by the member for Bahati, Honorable Irene Joki, MP, regarding the replacement of the vehicle with registration plate number GKB340J assigned to the Deputy County Commissioner for Nakuru North Sub-County. Question number 37 of 2024 by the member for Isiolo South, Honorable Tubi Bidu, MP, regarding the issuance of identification cards to residents of northeastern and bordering regions. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. 11 is question number 45 of 2024 by the member for Fafi, Honorable Yakub Farah, MP, regarding actions taken by the government to enhance security in Fafi constituency. 13, question number 48 of 2024 by the member for Emuhaya, Honorable Omboko Milemba, MP, regarding the intimidation and unfair labor practices against non-local teachers in Mandera County and the broader northeastern region. 14 is question number 050 of 2024 by the member for Kilome, Honorable Thadia Zambia, MP, regarding the gazettement of Nzai sub-location in Makueni constituency. 15 is question number 123 of 2024 by the member for Yata, Honorable Robert Basil, MP, regarding the omission of Yata sub-county administrative units from Gazette Notice number 1766. Lastly is question number 124 of 2024 by the member for Kiambu, Honorable Mashua Waithaka, MP, regarding delay in issuance of national identification cards within Kiambu constituency. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 18th June 2024 to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rahab Mukami, you have a statement which I will defer to Tuesday. Hold your horses to Tuesday. I've said I've deferred to Tuesday, so I'll give you an opportunity on Tuesday. Yes, Wangari, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not usual to comment after the usual statement by the Leader of Majority, but indulge me, Chair, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of private notice questions. They are supposed to have been answered within a week. Some of these issues, like the case of the girl who was killed in Gilgil, it was last year, September 12th, Mr. Speaker. You ask a question on private notice, months later, it is not responded to. What are we going to do as a House to deal with that issue of private member notice questions? Because they are taking too long, we are not getting justice and getting answers at the right time. I think it's an issue that has concerned many members, Mr. Speaker, that maybe you should give guidance to the House.
I'll give you guidance next week. Honorable members, order, Honorable Ruku. Order, Honorable Ruku. I have received 2 statements. One from the women rep from Lamu, denouncing and renouncing Muguka. Another one from you, praising Muguka as a valuable resource mobilizer and crop from your region. Right? The 2 statements are with me. I'll give you time next week if you want to bring them to the House so that you can present them. But if you want to use a statement you have given to the Speaker to pick it on the floor of the House, I will not allow you. I will not allow you. So I can see the distinguished members from Embu County and lawfully occupying seats that don't belong to you. You can see those are designated seats. And I just hope that you are sitting here innocently with no intention of breaching the standing orders or causing any disaffection in the House. If you do so, you will be offending the feelings of many people. We know Muguka is a very, very contentious issue. Like I've told you, the statement from the women rep of Lamu is as strong as your statement. There are two competing issues. Hold your horses, I'll give you an appropriate time to prosecute your case. No, you will not say anything. If I give you time to say something, Lamu will also want to say something. And I don't want to dilute the importance of this day in this parliament. Call the next order. Honorable members will put questions on the matters that are pending. Then we go to the next issue.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, question to be put and third reading.
Order, honorable members, at order number 8, I now put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The move of the bill. Honorable Ndindi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, that is Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, be now read at that time. And before I call the second Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all members who ably debated this matter and for the House for passing Kenya shillings, 7.4 billion Kenya shillings that will be going into the Equalization Fund. Honorable Speaker, it is also important for members to know that we have also budgeted for the arrears in the previous years that were never disbursed, especially because of the standoff in terms of regulations. And therefore, we'll be passing over Kenya shilling 7.4 billion to the counties and to the areas that should be boosted. But also, Honorable Speaker, we have also included part of the arrears of the Equalization Fund because we want Kenya to develop together, because when every part of Kenya develops, Kenya ultimately develops. And Honorable Speaker, these are monies that will be going into infrastructure like roads, like water, and other facilities, Honorable Speaker, like in the education sector, because we want these areas that have been marginalized for too long, Honorable Speaker, for them also to catch up so that Kenya develops together. And I want to thank all members, Honorable Speaker, because we have consistently been appropriating monies into the Equalization Fund, and will continue to do so, Honorable Speaker, as it is provided in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I now request the member for Dadaab, the Honorable Farah Marim, to second.
What is out of order? What is out of order, honorable member? You have the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for the better part of this year, I've been unwell. I've not been attending sessions. Yesterday, when I was seeing the list of the constituencies that have been allocated the Equalization Fund, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Kilifi South was missing. And trying to look at all the other constituencies, I could not understand.
Order, Honorable Chonga.
Mr. Speaker, I just...
Order. Take your seat. Order, Honorable Chonga. The Speaker does not allocate equalization funds. I'm sure you know where to find the answers. Farah Malim, second.
Honorable Speaker, while seconding this motion, it's important, Mr. Speaker. We were in this parliament together in the 10th parliament when, under the new constitutional dispensation, something called the Equalization Fund was created. And the idea was that the traditional, historically marginalized areas can be brought up to speed with the rest of the country. More so in light of what we had before, which was called the Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, which essentially cut off the so-called buffer zones of the North and the former NFD from development. Mr. Speaker, we had 14...
Order. Honorable
I just want to second that, but I'm seconding.
You are making an important point at the wrong forum.
Yes. I just want to make an observation. I've already seconded it, but
those are matters that
in line with exactly in line with what the chair has done. The chair has elaborated essentially on why he thinks this should be passed. I am also elaborating on that, but putting a rider in that this now has been watered down to 34 counties. So I support it. And I'm happy that the chair of the committee has done a lot of efforts to make sure this money is disbursed. But how much infrastructural development will 90 million do for Garissa in terms of tarmac roads, in terms of national grid, in terms of all those things? Equalization, the word equalization means bring them up to speed. But having said that, I know that we have a minority here, but I second it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order. I now propose the question. But Honorable Chonga, the allocation of Equalization Fund is done by the CRA. Then, order, Honorable Farah. We are the ones who drafted the Constitution 2010. The areas that were identified were subsequently expanded by CRA and approved by Parliament. I now propose the question, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, be now read a third time. Can I put the question? I now put the question, and I confirm that we have the requisite quorum, which is that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, be now read a third time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service for the year ending 30th June 2024 to appropriate the sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report on the consideration of the consolidated fund services expenditures for the supplementary estimates 2 for the financial year 2023-2024 and the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Order. Chief Whip, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund services for the supplementary estimates 2 for year 2023-24 and the budget estimates for year 24-25 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th June 2024. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Orders 25A and 244C, I will now interrupt the business of the House to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning to make a public pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2024-25 and the medium term. In accordance with the standing orders, I have also designated a suitable place in the chamber for the purpose. Honourable members, as I invite the Cabinet Secretary, I hasten to remind the House of the nature of today's event. First, the House will not make any decision on the pronouncement by the Cabinet Secretary. This is largely a ceremonial event. Members may wish to note that the House is still in the supply period, which commences with the consideration of the budget estimates and concludes with the enactment of an appropriation act. At present, the House has only considered and approved the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25. As you are aware, the Appropriation Bill 2024 and the Finance Bill 2024, that is, the ways and means proposed to support the appropriations made by the House, will be considered at a later stage. Secondly, Order Kagombe. There was a lot of peace in the House yesterday. But you are welcome back to the House. Secondly, honourable members, I wish to allay the fears of a number of members who have approached me and raised concerns relating to the Finance Bill 2024. The House is not considering or voting on anything related to the Finance Bill today. Indeed, the bill is still undergoing public participation before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, and the committee is yet to table its report. Any concerns relating to the bill shall be adequately addressed by the House once the committee tables its report, hopefully in the next week. Thirdly, as stated earlier, the Cabinet Secretary is discharging a largely ceremonial function. Section 40 of the Public Finance Management 2012 requires the Cabinet Secretary to make a public pronouncement on the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government, taking into account international obligations entered into under the East African Community Treaty. As members are aware, partner states of the East African Community have a standing agreement to present and table budget statements to their respective parliaments every second Thursday of June, which is today. I hope the foregoing adequately clarifies the nature of today's event. And before I call the Cabinet Secretary, I wish to welcome our invited guests who comprise Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all other invited guests seated in the Speaker's row, diplomatic boxes, and the galleries. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, PhD, EGH, you may now proceed to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present to honorable members of this august House and the people of Kenya the second budget of the Kenya Kwanza administration under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. This budget reaffirms the priority policies and strategies for achieving the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is progressively improving the livelihoods of Kenyans. This statement is presented in the fulfillment of the requirements of Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly and Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 that requires that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury to make a public pronouncement of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government. Mr. Speaker, since 2020, our economy has been unwinding from the effects of negative and even persistent global and domestic shocks that have pushed the economy to its lowest activity level. These shocks include the COVID-19 pandemic, second, the global supply chain disruptions, third, the effects of climate change from prolonged drought in 2021 and 2022, and even the floods of 2023-2024. And measures to mitigate these negative shocks embarked on structural reforms under the bottom-up economic transformation have been successful in ameliorating these effects. The efforts have reduced the cost of living and created vibrancy in the economy that have shown signs of strong economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, in several regions, Kenya has sunk into abject poverty, largely because markets in their segments were interfered with or not properly governed. The failure to protect and regulate markets disrupted their development and, more importantly, curtailed further investment in those sectors such as coffee, sugar, cotton, pyrethrum. The institutional failure problem pushed policy to fail. In this context, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda interventions at the bottom of the pyramid are targeted to ensure that the markets are properly governed to work for everybody, and especially the poor. Mr. Speaker, for Kenya to transition from the middle-income status of the economy to an upper-middle-income status as envisioned in the Kenya Vision 2030, two driving factors are important. That is, we must develop our human capital capability, and we have to increase production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan economy is susceptible to the ravaging impact of climate change, as demonstrated in the 2021-22 severest drought, which was more severe, which we haven't seen in the last 40 years, and the events of floods that have led to massive loss of property and life. The most important thing is that these shocks have shifted budgetary resources from economic activity to saving lives and rebuilding damaged infrastructure. And this calls for urgent and decisive interventions, especially to our supply side, which I will later address in this statement. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal policy is geared towards supporting bottom-up economic transformation agenda through continued implementation of a fiscal consolidation plan designed towards slowing down the growth of public debt without compromising economic growth. The fiscal consolidation efforts will continue to target domestic revenue mobilization and rationalization of spending through improved public financial management while reallocating resources in priority areas. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget process, we accorded Kenyans an opportunity to share their views on how to address the economic challenges facing the country. Kenyans responded to our call and requested the government to address, through this budget, first, the devastating effects of the ongoing floods, second, taxation concerns and cost of living, third, the level of unemployment, fourth, protection of the poor and the vulnerable, fifth, reduction of wastage in public expenditures at the national and county governments level. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Kenyans that we have listened to their concerns, and we have spelled out measures to address through this budget. In this regard, the budget highlights and even the government's plan to strengthen the resilience of our economy to navigate the global turbulence, accelerate economic transformation, and decisively address the overarching developmental challenges in line with better bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is in this context we have chosen the theme of this year's budget as sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, fiscal consolidation, and investing in climate change mitigation and adaptation for improved livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege and honor to present the economic policy context of this budget. Thereafter, I will broadly outline the policy priorities and structural reforms underpinning the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The proposed resource allocation as well as revenue-raising measures that the government will implement in the financial year 2024-2025 budget are going to be summarized. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that we have one major problem that has three phases. This problem is as follows. There is increased demands for increased spending or expenditures from the government. That means that either we have to finance that through taxes or debt. The second dimension of this problem is that there is limitation and even constraints imposed in terms of public debt accumulation and even the debt carrying capacity of the economy. That, and more fundamentally, there are limitations in terms of mobilizing higher tax revenues, something that we have to remember, something that is quite critical from our side. Let me turn now to the economic policy context. Mr. Speaker, the financial year 2024-2025 budget has been developed against a backdrop of improved global economic outlook. The world economy stood at 3.2% in terms of growth in 2023 and is projected to continue at the same pace in 2024. In the domestic economy, Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan economy is now unwinding from layers of negative and persistent shocks. And some of these shocks have actually have been protected and have a structural and permanent effects on the economic activities. Mr. Speaker, through forecast interventions as well as structural reforms, the policies of Kenya Kwanza government have started to yield some positive results. Economic recovery is evident, with a GDP growth of 5.6% in 2023, up from 4.9% in 2022. This is above the global average and also above the average of sub-Saharan African region. The domestic growth in 2023 was mainly supported by a rebound in agricultural activities given the improved weather conditions and subsidized inputs for farmers. The resilience of the services sector remained strong in that same year. So the overall inflation also declined to its target level at 5%, and in April 2024, from a peak of 9.6% in October 2022. The decline was driven mostly by easing of food and energy prices, a strong pass-through effects from exchange rate appreciation, and the impact of monetary policy actions. And the tight monetary policy has been complemented by fiscal policy measures to enhance food production through subsidy program on fertilizer and seeds. Mr. Speaker, in February this year, the government took advantage of the improved international financial market conditions to refinance the buyback of $1.5 billion of the Eurobond 2024. The government, through this process successfully removed the uncertainty of the settlement of the Eurobond. The government also successfully issued an 8.5-year infrastructure bond that attracted significant foreign investors, making it the most successful domestic bond issuance in the country's history. Mr. Speaker, these two operations in February significantly improved the market perception, together with a tight monetary policy stance and significant reforms in the interbank foreign exchange market. It has brought stability in the foreign exchange market. As of 31st May 2024, the exchange rate was Kenya shillings 130.20 to the US dollar, from a high of 163 earlier on in January. And this represents a significant appreciation of 18.7%. The appreciation and stability of the exchange rate created confidence and triggered inflows of foreign exchange foreign direct investment and attracted investors to the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In order to enhance monetary policy transmission, the Central Bank of Kenya has adopted a new monetary policy implementation framework, and this is based on inflation targeting and introduces an interest rate corridor around the central bank rate. The interbank rate is expected to be within this corridor. In addition, the Central Bank of Kenya launched the DAO CSD, a central securities depository infrastructure that delivers world-class level of registry, custodial, and even settlement services for both primary and secondary market operations. Mr. Speaker, I wish to encourage Kenyans and investors to take advantage of the DAO CSD to invest in risk-free treasury bills and bonds in order to grow their wealth and secure their financial future. We have simplified the DAO CSD, and investors can simply use the USSD *866# to log in and invest a retail bond for amounts as low as 600 shillings. This also will be launched to make investments of government securities all inclusive and include the bottom of the pyramid. Mr. Speaker, the strong economic fundamentals together with the renewed investor confidence is a signal for accelerated, broad economic growth and creation of jobs for our youth. In 2023, the total new jobs generated in the economy increased from 848,200 jobs compared to 816,600 new jobs generated in 2022. And this is attributable to policies implemented, especially when you focus on affordable housing and the agricultural sector interventions. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, and considering the ongoing reforms and even additional measures the government is introducing through the budget statement, we project our economy to grow at 5.5% in 2024 and 2025. This strong growth will be supported by ongoing interventions at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In this regard, the government will accelerate investment in human capital development and capital accumulation, in market development, protection and regulation, in domestic resource mobilization, in reforming and restructuring government institutions, and finally, and more important, digitization to usher an era of efficiency in economic management to support economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, in order to safeguard macroeconomic stability and protect the fragile economic recovery, monetary and fiscal policies will remain very prudent. The Central Bank of Kenya will ensure inflation rate remains within target while maintaining a competitive exchange rate and stable interest rates. The Central Bank is further expected to safeguard the improvements in the functioning of the interbank foreign exchange market and apply all its instruments to strengthen the monetary policy transmission mechanism. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy stance over the medium term aims at supporting the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda by delivering a strong fiscal consolidation with fiscal deficit declining from 3.3% of GDP in financial year 2024-2025 from a high of 5.7% of GDP in financial year 2023-2024. This will improve the primary surplus to 2.3% of GDP in the financial year 2023-2025 from a primary deficit of 0.4% in the previous year. I will later in this statement elaborate on policy measures to deliver the strong fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, this economic outlook is not without risks. We continue to witness external shocks and recurrence of extreme weather events that not only affects the economic activities, but also pose major fiscal risks. The government will take appropriate interventions to cushion the economy from these risks. Mr. Speaker, let me now expound on the policy priorities of the government to promote economic transformation and improve livelihoods for Kenyans. First, let me start with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To strengthen economic recovery, the government will accelerate the implementation of policies, programs, projects, and interventions in bottom-up economic transformation agenda. First, enhance agricultural transformation. Second, support micro, small, and medium enterprises. Third, provide affordable housing and settlement. Fourth, achieve universal health care. Fifth, support growth of the digital superhighway and creative economy that will support job creation. Towards actualizing these objectives, actualizing development objectives to the public, the government in March 2024 launched the fourth medium-term plan for the period of 2023-2027. The MTP4, as we call it, translates the better aspirations into concrete priority interventions to be implemented by both levels of government. These are premised on the value chain approach with sectors which will target sectors with the highest impact to drive the economy and sustain economic recovery. The key priority interventions focus on the following value chains. First, leather and leather products, textile and apparel, dairy, the tea industry, lice sector, edible oils, the brew economy, and natural resources, including mineral and forest, and finally the construction and building materials. The value chain approach ensures rational resource allocation by eliminating wastage of resources occasioned by duplication, overlap, fragmentation, and ineffective coordination in the implementation of the program and projects, while promoting a whole of government approach to service delivery. To create employment, special focus has been given to investment in special economic zones and county aggregation and industrial parks, diversification of export markets, and market access of goods and services from micro, small, and medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the government will also undertake the following targeted strategic interventions to support economic transformation. First, the government will continue to maintain macroeconomic stability to enhance security, to foster a secure and conducive business environment while protecting Kenyans and their properties. Second, the government will scale up development of critical infrastructure in the country, such as roads, railway, air, seaports, energy, water, and reduce the cost of doing business and ease movement of people and goods, as well as promote competitiveness. Third, the government will enhance investment in key sectors for broad-based sustainable growth by promoting agricultural transformation, growth in manufacturing, environmental conservation, and climate change mitigation, stimulating growth in tourism and sustainable land use. And all this in management will actually refocus ourselves in terms of how we can get moving in these subsectors. Fourth, the government will enhance human capital development through investment in health, education, and appropriate social safety nets for vulnerable groups, vulnerable population, for improved social and economic outcomes. Fifth, the government will support the youth, women, and even persons living with disabilities through government-funded empowerment programs that leverage on partnership with private sector organizations. Sixth, the government will support county governments through transfer of shareable revenues to strengthen their systems and capacity in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, it's important to notice that it is for the first time since the advent of devolution that the county governments are getting shareable revenue, which is surpassing 400 billion shillings. Lastly, implement various policy and legal institutional reforms that will enhance the efficiency of public service delivery. Let me turn now to investing in climate change mitigation and adaptation to enhance resilience. Mr. Speaker, the effects of climate change have become detrimental to economies across the globe, with extreme weather conditions, events affecting lives and livelihoods of millions of people. the rising cost of adaptation are diverting funds from essential services like healthcare and education and potentially destabilizing the economies. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has not been spared by these negative effects of climate change. The recent unprecedented floods that our country faced following the prolonged drought in 2021-2022 claimed lives, caused injuries to many people, and wreaked havoc on property, infrastructure, and livelihoods. The government responded promptly and undertook short-term measures to mitigate the devastating impacts of the drought and floods. Going forward, we shall formulate and implement long-term climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies to generate strong resilience pathways. Mr. Speaker, our climate action agenda is informed by the need to restore our degraded ecosystem that include forests, rivers, and wetlands. It is for this reason that His Excellency the President has rallied Kenyans to prioritize environmental conservation, implement aggressive reforestation, afforestation, and wetland restoration programs, and reverse the biodiversity loss and even land degradation. In response to the President's call, the government has stepped up climate adaptation mitigation efforts, including green energy, smart agriculture, decarbonizing manufacturing, e-mobility, and green building, all aimed at the attainment of zero carbon by 2050. I therefore urge all Kenyans to support the government's response to the ecosystem restoration that aims to grow 15 billion trees nationwide by the year 2030. Let me turn to policy, legal, and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, while we have made progress as a nation, we remain alive to structural constraints that impede the pace of economic development. Aware that sustainable economic transformation is predicated on timely implementation of appropriate policy, legal and institutional reforms, I propose the following interventions that will improve the business environment, increase efficiency in public service delivery, and strengthen the accountability and transparency of public finance management. First, let me focus on public procurement reforms. Mr. Speaker, in my last budget speech, I informed this House of the government's plan to fully automate public procurement and disposal processes by implementing an end-to-end e-government procurement system. Mr. Speaker, Phase 1 of e-government procurement system has successfully undergone user acceptance testing and piloting in 12 selected MDAs and counties. This piloting will continue up to December 2024. The system comprises, among others, an e-marketplace, electronic marketplace, for the common use items where prices for various outlets are feasible, allowing intense competition in procurement of these common use items. Once the e-government procurement system is rolled out, all MDAs and executive offices of county governments will be required to fully transition to the system, while state agencies and corporations, county assemblies, and even county agencies will be onboarded in the second phase within the 2024-2025 fiscal year. The system will reduce cost of goods, works, and even services between 10 and 15%, maximize value for money, and increase the transparency of procurement. Second, let me turn to restraining growth of public sector wage bill. Mr. Speaker, the public sector wage bill continues to rise, leaving few resources for development. Public sector wage bill stood at 38.2% of the ratio as a ratio of total revenue in 2021. To contain the wage bill, the government implemented a wage freeze in the financial years 2021-22, 2022-23, in addition to eliminating and streamlining the number of allowances. Further actions planned in relation to containing the wage bill include: first, all MDAs and county governments should review and rationalize their staff establishment to ensure affordability fiscal sustainability with the right composition and skill sets. Second, the government will roll out a unified human resource information system for the entire public sector starting from 1st July. The system consolidates human resource and payroll data in the public service for access through single warehouse. The system has been linked to the Kenya Revenue Authority, iTax, to facilitate filing of payee returns. This reform will eliminate the multiple manual and standalone payroll systems. Third, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will continue to streamline allowances paid in the public sector through harmonization and rationalization of categories, rates, rules for allowances. And fourth, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission will progressively review allowances and benefits in the future, collective bargaining agreements, and align them to the provisions of allowances policy framework for the public service. Third, let me turn to state corporations reform. In order to address the challenges faced by state corporations, including government-owned enterprises, the government will first privatize government-owned enterprises whose mandates are no longer relevant, those that require huge budgetary allocations for bailouts, and those producing goods and services that are more efficiently produced by the private sector. Second, restructure the state corporations through mergers and or transfer back to parent ministries or relevant state corporations to remove duplication of functions, and enhance the efficiencies and synergies in operations so as to optimize use of limited resources. And ensure state corporations are self-sustaining, generate additional revenue to the exchequer, and also ensure quality service delivery to Kenyans. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to implement policy changes to ensure government-owned enterprises realize their full potential. You will note that in 2023, the cabinet approved the ownership policy for the government-owned enterprises. And this is a key governance reform framework. Mr. Speaker, to anchor the policy in law and to give effect to its operationalization, a draft Government-Owned Enterprise Bill 2024 has been finalized and is undergoing public participation. Once the process is completed and an approval granted by Cabinet, the bill will be submitted to this august House for consideration, and I'm seeking support from this House for approval of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we have also prepared a draft Government Investment Regulations 2024 to provide a framework for efficient and effective management of government investment. The draft regulations will be taken through public participation before submission to this House for consideration and, if possible, approval. Fourth, let me turn to pending bills. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget statement, I informed this House that the government plans to establish a pending bills verification committee to carry out a thorough analysis of all stock of pending bills for the period 1st July 2005 to 30th June 2022, and formulate measures to stop accumulation of pending bills going forward. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware now, His Excellency the President inaugurated the Pending Bills Verification Committee in November 2023. The committee received a total of 94,997 pending bills claims valued at Kenya shillings 662.3 billion. Analysis of the pending bill claims submitted by MDAs is ongoing. The general public has been given an opportunity to submit any pending bill claims owed by the national government. The committee is expected to complete its work and submit a report by October 2024 for implementation within the fiscal framework. Fifth, the national assets and inventory management reforms. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has initiated reforms geared towards automating assets and inventory management in MDAs as well as county governments. In this regard, the National Treasury will operationalize the assets and inventory management modules of IFMIS, with the module of all MDAs scheduled to launch and go live in July 2024. The rollout of county governments will commence thereafter. These reforms will enable the accounting officers to have feasibility of all assets and inventory under their control and facilitate optimal assets utilization. Sixth, let me turn to financial sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya banking sector remains stable, resilient, and continues to play its role in mobilizing funds and channeling them to deserving productive economic sectors and activities. The banking sector remained profitable with a growth of assets of 0.3%. It is now standing at 7.74 trillion in February 2024. Credit from commercial banks to the private sector stood at around 6.9% in terms of growth in April 2024 and has benefited key sectors of the economy. The Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, and the de-risking of lending to the MSMEs through the Credit Guarantee Scheme have facilitated additional lending to the MSME sector. Mr. Speaker, to position the banking sector to effectively play its role in Kenya's socio-economic transformation, 3 recent reforms have been implemented. First, the licensing and oversight of digital credit providers to address inherent challenges, including the high cost of credit, unethical debt collection, inadequate disclosures and lack of transparency, breach of data privacy, and abuse of personal information. As at the end of March 2024, 51 digital credit providers have been licensed. Secondly, on climate change, the CBK in April 2024 issued draft Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy for public participation that will serve as a tool to classify whether particular economic activities are green or environmentally sustainable and serve as a guide for banking sector and other market participants in making informed investment decisions or financing decisions. Third, to eliminate money laundering and vulnerability in the banking sector, the CBK has revised the anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism and proliferation of financing, and a supervisory framework has been implemented so that the risk-based supervision is enacted, undertaking institutional and sectoral risk assessment and enhancing staff complement capacity for supervision. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya banking sector is exposed to dynamic global, regional, and even local developments, necessitating reforms in this respect. The following reforms are proposed. First, the Central Bank of Kenya intends to progressively increase the minimum core capital for banks from the current 1 billion to Kenya shillings 10 billion. The CBK will engage the market for an appropriate timetable to achieve this goal. This is intended to strengthen the resilience and increase the bank's capacity to finance large-scale projects while creating sufficient capital buffer to absorb and withstand shocks posed by continuous emerging risks associated with adoption of technology and innovation as institutions expand. Second, the central bank plans to amend the Banking Act to provide for stiff dissuasive penalties that are proportionate to the violations committed, support a strong compliance culture in banks, and also make sure that it aligns to international best practice. Let me turn to capital markets developments. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance price discovery and boost income for coffee farmers, the Capital Markets Authority has licensed 14 coffee brokers, and so far, 29 auctions have been conducted under the Capital Markets Coffee Exchange Regulations 2020 at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange. In addition, the authority has approved the direct settlement system, which has been operationalized by one of the local commercial banks. Let me turn to pension reforms. Mr. Speaker, majority of Kenyans remain uncovered with the retirement benefits coverage stands at about 26%. We need to address this challenge. The Cabinet has approved the National Retirement Benefits Policy in November 2023 that requires all entities to enroll all the employees, both contractual and permanent, and pensionable for registered retirement benefits scheme. To effectively implement the policy, we have initiated the review and harmonization of all the laws governing the retirement benefits sector. Mr. Speaker, to ensure sustainability of the public service pension system, we are revamping the public service pension administration through digitization and re-engineering of the pension management system, which is expected to be completed by December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the informal sector has about 17 million workers, and that accounts for about 83% of the total workforce in the country. This segment has remained excluded from the pension coverage, mainly due to its unique and heterogeneous needs. The National Treasury has established the Kenya National Entrepreneur Saving Trust, KNEST, to handle pensions from the informal sector and anchor the savings component of the Hustler Fund while providing a channel for voluntary savings. Let me turn to insurance reforms. Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the growth of the insurance sector, the government developed a national insurance policy. This policy is guided by the review of the Insurance Act, which has served its purpose, albeit with progressive amendments, for the last 30 years. The Insurance Professionals Bill 2024, currently under consideration by this august House, will also strengthen the standards of practice in insurance and improve stability and performance of the insurance companies. I now turn to the fiscal framework, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's fiscal policy is to enhance fiscal consolidation efforts to reduce debt vulnerabilities and rebuild fiscal buffers amid significant global and even domestic challenges. These external and domestic shocks that Kenya has experienced serve as a reminder of the importance of fiscal buffers. Mr. Speaker, the focus of our fiscal policy thus remains to reduce the deficit from 5.7% of GDP in the current financial year to 3.3% in the financial year 2024-2025. We're going to do this through various means. First, domestic resource mobilization. Mr. Speaker, implementation of government's plan for rapid and inclusive socio-economic transformation largely depends on robust revenue growth rate. Indeed, despite significant government investment in reforming the tax structure, the tax to GDP is estimated at 11.5% of GDP as of 2022-2023, against an estimated potential of 25% of GDP. And this is also the convergence criteria in the East African community countries. We therefore urgently need to address the challenges that negatively affects our revenue correction, some of these challenges include: first, there is an existence of hard-to-tax sectors. The economy is dominated by a large informal sector that is mostly outside the current tax instrument, leaving the country to rely on a narrow tax base, and it is time to reverse this trend. Second, proliferation of tax expenditures over the years. Tax expenditures are estimated right now at 2.9% of GDP, if you consider the 2022 data, that it has major erosion to the tax base. Third, low tax compliance, largely attributed to factors such as the technical and complex nature of our tax laws and procedures, taxpayer apathy due to perceived inefficient use of tax revenues, high compliance costs, and inadequate taxpayer education. Fourth, there are difficulties in taxing emerging digital economy. The tax system is not fully equipped to deal with the emerging business models that leverage on the digital technology. Finally, Mr. Speaker, inadequate modern technology equipment for use at every stage or exit border points, misdeclaration and even misclassification of goods, inadequate customs border posts, infiltration of counterfeits, smuggling, and diversion of goods. Mr. Speaker, in order to address these challenges and enhance the revenue mobilization, we shall implement a combination of tax policy and administrative reforms. The reforms are premised on the need to ensure that taxes are more supportive to economic activity. They do not distort the market and have a predictable tax structure. The reforms include: first, implementation of tax policy and administration measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024. Second, implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy to expand the tax base to 20% of GDP over the medium term. Third, to strengthen the tax administration for enhanced compliance through leveraging on technology to revolutionize tax processes, sealing revenue loopholes, and enhancing the efficiency of tax system. And finally, we're focusing on unlocking additional non-tax revenue potential by MDAs through the services they offer to the public. Let me turn to improving the efficiency of public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, turning to expenditures, we should ensure that our scarce resources are used in the most efficient and effective way. Mr. Speaker, in order to move towards a balanced budget and further improve efficiency in public spending, the following bold actions and reforms have been outlined in the financial year 2024-2025. First, rationalization of transfers to SAGAs by at least 30% from the financial year 2023-2024 approved budget, in line with the overall austerity measures cutting across all ministries, departments, and agencies. Second, curtailing spending on the following expenditure items: foreign travels, rationalization of all training expenses across government, and restricting all training to within government institutions, rationalizing all allocations for purchases of motor vehicles, and suspending purchases of furniture for a period of 1 year, and suspending all refurbishment and partitioning of government offices. Third, the expenditure control measures that include suspension of all new recruitment in the public sector for 1 year, for the next 1 year, audit and cleanse all public payrolls, pension, and transfers to the vulnerable, with a view to eliminate ghost workers, as well as enforce payments of salary scales and that are approved as recommended by SRC, and consolidation of public procurement for common use items. Fourth, minimizing government expenditure but by leveraging on technology, and this will entail use of Wi-Fi emails for efficient communication. 5, reviewing the insurance schemes, especially looking at EDU, AFIA, indigence, public service, police, and prison commissions and independent offices under the universal health coverage, and align them to the Social Health Insurance Fund. The Social Health Insurance Fund now will be important because it will afford all Kenyans a universal health care with more benefits. 6th, suspending the policy of SAGAs investing surplus funds and enforce the requirement of PFM Act 2012 and the PFM Regulations 2015 to surrender such funds to the Exchequer. And finally, reviewing the regional development authorities to remove duplication of laws within those county governments and MDAs. Since the beginning of this financial year, the government has also implemented initiatives to contain the growth of expenditures. First, the government has undertaken measures to reduce spending to non-priority expenditures. Second, the public-private partnership framework targets commercially viable projects, but also considers the contingent liabilities that come under this framework. And third, we are reviewing the portfolio of externally funded projects with a view to restructuring and realigning them with bottom-up economic transformation agenda. All these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, will help lower the expenditures. I now turn to revenue measures, revenue projections. Mr. Speaker, with the policy measures and structural reforms highlighted above, we project total revenue collections, including appropriations in aid for the financial year 2024-2025 budget, to be Kenya shillings 3,343.2 billion, equivalent to 18.5% of GDP. Of these, ordinary revenue is projected to be Kenya shillings 2,917.2 billion, equivalent to 16.2% of GDP. Ministerial appropriations in aid is projected to be 426 billion shillings. Grants to this budget are provided at Kenya shillings 51.8 billion, all which is 0.3% of GDP. Expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2024-2025 budget is projected at Kenya shillings 3,992 billion, or 22.1% of GDP. Of this, the recurrent expenditure will amount to Kenya shillings 2,840 billion, or 15.7% of GDP. The development expenditures, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and even equalization fund, is Kenya shillings 707.4 billion, equivalent to 3.9% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at Kenya shillings 444.5 billion, of which equitable share is 400.1 billion. Fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, given the projected revenue grants against the projected expenditures, the fiscal deficit including grants is projected at 597 billion, equivalent to 3.3% of GDP, and this is down from Kenya shillings 925 billion, or 5.7% of GDP in 2023-2024. In this respect, the primary balance will improve to a surplus of 2.3% of GDP from a deficit of 0.4% of GDP in the current financial year. The fiscal deficit for 2024-2025 will be financed by net external borrowing of 333.8 billion, equivalent to 1.8% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 263.2 billion, which is equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, Kenya meets its obligations promptly, and no debt arrears have been accumulated. Public debt is projected to remain within sustainable levels on account of fiscal consolidation path that reflects the decline in the ratio of debt to GDP in present value terms over the medium term. To improve Kenya's debt sustainability and boost our credit rating position, the government will continue to implement measures to enhance growth of foreign exchange earnings. Our medium-term debt management strategy aims at lowering the cost and risks in the debt portfolio. In this regard, the government will slow down uptake of new external commercial debt and undertake liability management operations through debt swaps and other innovative solutions. The government will also diversify sources of financing through issuance of Panda Board, Samurai Board, and Skook in diverse financial markets in China, Japan, and the Gulf regions, respectively. The government will maximize use of concessional financing from bilateral and multilateral institutions to improve the debt sustainability and boost our credit rating. Let me turn to public-private partnership framework, Mr. Speaker. Due to the limited fiscal space, the government will continue to scale up the use of public-private partnership financing for commercially viable projects. Currently, there are 37 projects at various stages of PPP project cycle. In order to enhance viability of PPP projects, I will soon be proposing amendments to the PFM Act 2012 to speed up the process of financial close, as well as ensure that the related fiscal cost and contingent liabilities are within acceptable levels. Let me turn to public investment management. Mr. Speaker, in order to increase efficiency and effectiveness of public spending, the government will continue to implement public investment management regulations at the national government and commence a rollout of county governments. The regulations are aimed at streamlining and initiating execution and delivery of public projects within the timelines. Further, the government will roll out public investment management information system to all MDAs to improve the management of development projects in the country. Strengthening financial management reforms is very critical, and now I'll turn to this migration to accrual accounting, Mr. Speaker. The transition to accrual accounting from cash basis marks a significant milestone in our nation's journey to strengthening public finance management. In recognition of this, the Cabinet in March 2024 approved the transition from cash to accrual basis of accounting to improve cash management and enhance the financial and fiscal reporting. The accrual accounting will enable the government to account for all assets and liabilities, including all government assets. With accrual accounting, we will also be able to account for all pending bills, public debt, and pension liabilities. Mr. Speaker, this is an important step to strengthen the public finance management, and I will therefore direct all MDAs and county governments to migrate to accrual accounting starting July 2024. This effectively means, Mr. Speaker, that the last financial statement to be prepared on cash basis by national and county governments will be for the financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to Treasury Single Account. Mr. Speaker, the PFM Act 2012 and its attendant registration provides for the establishment of the Treasury Single Account, TSA as we call it, system at both national and county government levels. Based on the experience over the last 10 years since the enactment of PFM Act 2012, the need to review the scope of TSC implementation has become apparent. To improve public cash management, it is necessary to operationalize other elements of the TSA system and that are envisaged in the law. The automation of government payments through the Integrated Financial Management Information System, IFMIS, and the Central Bank of Kenya Internet Banking, IB, system forms a good basis to widen the scope of Treasury Single Account system. The National Treasury undertook an inventory of bank accounts and balances held by public sector entities in various financial institutions and established that as at 30th June 2023, these entities held Kenya shillings 431.7 billion with various financial institutions. These large cash balances were not immediately accessible at the time when the government was very, very cash strained. Mr. Speaker, to address this challenge and underscore the government's unwavering commitment for fiscal discipline, transparency, and efficiency in the management of public finances, the Cabinet approved the implementation of Treasury Single Account system in a clustered approach. The system will consolidate government cash resources into a single account held at the Central Bank of Kenya and sub-treasury single accounts at the commercial banks. The National Treasury in this respect will establish a treasury function to manage the TSA and the TSA sub-account structure so that every day the government financial position is known and ascertained. The migration of the TSA system commences on 1st July 2024. Let me now turn to resource allocation under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, let me turn the highlights to government spending priorities in the coming financial year. And in light of the revenue challenges, significant expenditure demands, spending in the financial year 2024 to 2025 will focus on bottom-up economic transformation agenda priorities on 5 core areas with the highest impact on the economy. The first one will be agricultural transformation and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, the government focus will be on agricultural transformation and inclusive growth through the value chains approach. This aims at providing adequate and affordable working capital to all farmers through cooperative societies. This, we consider them as aggregators, and deploy the modern agricultural risk management instruments that ensure farming is profitable and incomes are predictable. In addition, it aims to transform farmers from food deficit to surplus producers through input finance, subsidies, and intensive agricultural extension support. This will raise productivity of key food value chains, reduce dependence on basic food imports, revamp underperforming export crops, and expand to new high-value emerging crops, and boost tea value chain through breeding and branding. Mr. Speaker, to attain food and nutrition security, I proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 54.6 billion for various programs under this sector. This includes Kenya shillings 10 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, Kenya shillings 6.1 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, Kenya shillings 2.5 billion for the Enable Youth Program, Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for the Enable Youth and Women in Agriculture, Kenya shillings 747 million for small-scale irrigation value chain, irrigation and value addition project, Kenya shillings 642.5 million for the food security and crop diversification project. Mr. Speaker, to improve livestock production, I propose Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for de-risking, inclusive and value enhancement of pastoral economies program, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for livestock value chain support project, Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for Kenya livestock commercialization program, Kenya shillings 192.5 million for the embryo transfer project. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 300 million for the Development Leather Industrial Park, Kenani. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of the brew economy, I propose a total of Kenya shillings 11.3 billion to the brew economy and fisheries subsector. This includes 3.7 billion to aquaculture business development project, Kenya shillings 3.1 billion to the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, Kenya shillings 540 million for rehabilitation of fish riding sites, Kenya shillings 695.5 million for Riwatoni Ultra Modern Fish Hub, and Kenya shillings 600 million for marine fish assessment. Mr. Speaker, to raise agricultural productivity and enhance resilience to climate change risks in targeted smallholder farming and even pastoral communities, I propose an allocation of 340 million shillings towards adding drought and emergencies project. Mr. Speaker, to ensure legitimacy of land ownership and settle the land race, I propose a sum of 5.5 billion. This allocation will cater for the processing and registration of the title deeds, settlement of the land race, digitization of the land registry, georeferencing of land parcels, and construction of land registries. Second, I want to turn to transforming micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, accessibility and affordable credit to most Kenyans at the bottom of the pyramid remains a challenge. To address this challenge, the government is proposing an additional allocation of 5 billion shillings to the Financial Inclusion or HASRAS Fund to scale up access to credit for households and MSMEs. I also propose an additional 200 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Kenya shillings 162.5 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. Third, let me turn to housing and settlement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's commitment to turn the housing challenge into an economic opportunity to create quality jobs for the youth directly in the construction sector and indirectly through the production of building products. This will be achieved through, among other measures, facilitating a delivery of 200,000 houses per annum and enabling low-cost housing mortgages. To continue supporting this initiative, I have proposed an allocation of 92.1 billion shillings for the housing, urban development, and public works. This includes Kenya shillings 8.3 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, Kenya shillings 3 billion to Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company for enhancement of the company's capital as well as for lending to the primary mortgage lenders, Kenya shillings 32.5 billion for construction of affordable housing units, Kenya shillings 15 billion for the construction of social housing unit, Kenya shillings 14.7 billion for social and physical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocation to the housing, urban development, and public works include 11.3 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 3, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the construction of markets, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the National Slum Upgrading Program, Kenya shillings 1 billion for the construction of housing units for the National Police and Kenya prisons, Kenya shillings 496.3 million for the construction of food bridges, Kenya shillings 444 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters that are targeted. Fourth, universal health care coverage. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed and determined to realize the the constitutional right to health by promoting access to quality and affordable health care through universal health care coverage program. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of 127 billion to the health sector to support various activities and programs. These include 4.2 billion for Kenya shillings, 4.2 billion for universal health care coverage, coordination and management unit, Kenya shillings 2 billion for free maternity health care, Kenya shillings 3.6 billion for managed equipment services, Kenya shillings 861.5 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and severely disabled persons in our society, Kenya shillings 4.6 billion to cater for the stipend and acquisition of specialized medical equipment for the community health promoters, and 4.1 billion shillings for primary health care fund. Mr. Speaker, throughout the cases of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, and enhance the vaccines and immunization program in the country, I have proposed Kenya shillings 28.7 billion for the Global Fund and Kenya shillings 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization programs, respectively. Mr. Speaker, to enhance the early diagnosis and management of cancer and reduce the burden of treatment among Kenyans, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 1.1 billion to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital and Kisii Level 5 hospitals. I have also proposed Kenya shillings 2 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Mr. Speaker, to improve health service delivery, I have proposed a sum of Kenya shillings 29.7 billion for Kenyatta National Hospital and MYKE teaching and referral hospitals. This includes 2.6 billion for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital Burns and Pediatric Center. I've also proposed Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, Kenya shillings 2.5 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, Kenya shillings 1 billion for procurement of family planning and reproductive health commodities, and Kenya shillings 760 million for procurement of equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Further, to strengthen the capacity of medical personnel, I have proposed Kenya shillings 3.7 billion for medical interns, Kenya shillings 406 million for training of health personnel, and Kenya shillings 8.6 billion for Kenya Medical Training Center. Finally, the digital superhighway and creative economy. Mr. Speaker, investment in digital superhighway and creative economy continues to play a critical role in enabling the government achieve the objectives of bottom-up economic transformation agenda through increased productivity and competitiveness. On the creative economy promotion of music, theater, and graphic design, digital animation, fashion, and craft, among others, continues to create jobs opportunities for the youth. Mr. Speaker, to support the growing digital superhighway and creative economy, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 16.3 billion to fund the initiatives in the information, communication, and technology sector. Specifically, this proposed allocation includes 1.1 billion for government shared services, 704 million for digital superhighway, 2.3 billion for the construction of Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology at Concert Technopolis, 2.8 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, and 2.8 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of the last mile county connectivity network. In order to fast-track the developments of the Concert Technopolis City, I have proposed an allocation of 1.5 billion for the horizontal infrastructure phase 1 and Kenya shillings 5.2 billion for the Concert data center and smart city facilities. Other key allocations to critical sectors supporting better include investment in critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to expand and maintain critical infrastructure in roads, railways, sea, and airports to achieve socio-economic transformation that will also enhance Kenya's competitiveness and facilitate cross-border trade and regional integration. Towards this end, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 193.4 billion for development of roads. This includes 86.2 billion to support construction of roads and bridges, Kenya shillings 37.7 billion for the rehabilitation of roads, and Kenya shillings 69.5 billion for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, to expand the railway transport and even associated infrastructure, I have proposed Kenya shillings 25.2 billion. I've also proposed Kenya shillings 2.4 billion for infrastructure development at Dogokudu Special Economic Zone, Kenya shillings 1 billion for Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project, Kenya shillings 316 million for promotion of e-mobility project, and Kenya shillings 239.4 billion for the development of Nairobi Railway City. To facilitate movement of goods and people in our inland waters, I have proposed an additional Kenya shillings 200 million for acquisition of ferries for Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, to scale up production of reliable and affordable energy, I have proposed an allocation of 69.7 billion to the energy subsector. This includes Kenya shillings 27.8 billion for the national grid system, Kenya shillings 24 billion for rural electrification, Kenya shillings 14 billion for the development of geothermal energy, Kenya shillings 2.2 billion for the alternative energy technologies, and Kenya shillings 920 million for the development of nuclear energy. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to improving education outcomes. The government continues to invest in education to improve education outcomes and create a level playing field for all Kenyan children. Mr. Speaker, from this end, I have proposed a total allocation of 656.6 billion, or 27.6% of total expenditures to the education sector. This includes Kenya shillings 358.2 billion to the Teacher Service Commission, Kenya shillings 142.3 billion for basic education, Kenya shillings 128 billion for higher education and research, Kenya shillings 30.7 billion for technical vocational education and training. Mr. Speaker, the allocation of the education sector includes Kenya shillings 9.1 billion free primary education, 61.9 billion shillings for free day secondary education, Kenya shillings 30.7 billion for junior secondary school capitation, and Kenya shillings 5 billion for the examinations fee waiver. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 13.4 billion for the conversion of 46,000 junior secondary school interns to permanent and pensionable terms. Kenya shillings 1.3 billion for the training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, and Kenya shillings 360 million for the digital literacy program and ICT integration in our secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, to support infrastructure and infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 3.2 billion for primary and secondary schools infrastructure, Kenya shillings 1 billion for construction of classroom for junior secondary schools, and Kenya shillings 2.3 billion for the construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. Further, I have proposed Kenya shillings 11.1 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, Kenya shilling 1.8 billion for construction of integrated resource centers, and Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for the Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, other proposed allocations to the education sector include Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for the research, science, and technology innovation. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the new funding model for public universities and TVET institutions through the provision of government scholarships and loans apportioned according to students' need. The new funding framework seeks to offer students whose households are at the bottom of the pyramid equal opportunity in accessing university education as well as technical training. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 35.9 billion to the Higher Education Loans Boards for provision of loans to university and TVET students, Kenya shillings 16.9 billion for the scholarship for university students, and Kenya shillings 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students. Let me move now to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, Further, to promote local industries, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 23.7 billion under various implementing ministries, departments, and agencies. Out of these, 4.5 billion will support establishment of county integrated agro-industrial parks, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery SAFA project, Kenya shillings 1.1 billion for construction of investor sheds in Athi River, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for establishment of 6 flagship export processing zones hubs, Kenya shillings 440 million to the development of special economic zones textile park in Naivasha, and Kenya shillings 1 billion for the Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation KJET. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in order to revitalize and maximize benefits from our cash crops, the government will make further investments towards revival and enhancement of output. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed Kenya shillings 2 billion for Coffee Cherry Revolving Fund. This is in addition to Kenya shillings 4 billion allocated in the current fiscal year. Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for payments of debts owed to sugarcane farmers, arrears to employees and maintenance of cane testing units, Kenya shillings 120 million for cotton industry revitalization project, and Kenya shillings 150 million for the pyrethrum industry recovery. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce over-reliance of the importation of edible oils and encourage local production and processing, I have proposed Kenya shillings 90 million for the coconut industry revitalization project, Kenya shillings 260 million for the National Edible Oils Crop Promotion Project, and an allocation to National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, which includes support for cashew nut development. Mr. Speaker, to enhance milk processing, I have proposed Kenya shillings 1.5 billion for excess milk mop-up, Kenya shilling 500 million for modernization of KCC milk factories, and Kenya shillings 250 million for the construction of a milk factory in Narok. Mr. Speaker, to equip our youth with essential training and internship opportunities, I have proposed an allocation of 1.3 billion for the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, Kenya shillings 119.9 million for the construction of industrial research laboratories, and Kenya shillings 114.3 million for the constituency industrial development centers. I will now turn into improving security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, enhanced national security creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive while aiding faster economic recovery. It is in this regard, I have proposed an allocation of 377.5 billion to support the operations of the National Police Service, Defense, and National Intelligence Service and Prison Services. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocations include Kenya shillings 173.1 billion for defense, 110.6 billion for National Police Service, 46.3 billion for the National Intelligence Service, and Kenya shillings 32.7 billion for prison services. I have proposed an allocation of 13.9 billion to cater for leasing police motor vehicles and the modernization program. Mr. Speaker, to step up the war on crime and embrace support to administration of justice, I have proposed Kenya shillings 918.4 million to equip the National Forensic Laboratory. Protecting the vulnerable groups, Mr. Speaker, as a caring government, we shall continue to protect the vulnerable members of our society. I have in this regard proposed an allocation of 31.3 billion for social protection and affirmative actions in this budget. Mr. Speaker, out of this allocation, Kenya shillings 18.6 billion will cater for cash transfers to elderly persons, 7.9 billion for orphans and vulnerable children, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for persons living with severe disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the proposed allocation includes 1.5 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for the Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project. In addition, 815 million will go to Child Welfare Society of Kenya, 400 million to the Presidential Bursary for the orphans, Kenya shilling 600.1 million for National Council for Persons Living with Disabilities, and Kenya shillings 100 million for the National Albinism Support Program, and Kenya shillings 100 for National Autism Support Program. Let me turn to equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the most pressing challenge in our country at the moment is lack of jobs or job opportunities for the youth. This has been exacerbated by the multiple shocks that have hit our economy. And in order to empower the youth and support businesses owned by the youth and women, I have proposed Kenya shillings 89.5 billion for these initiatives. This allocation includes 10.4 billion for the National Youth Service, 1.1 billion for the Kenya Youth Empowerment Program, 200 million for the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, 162.5 billion for the Center for Entrepreneurship, 230 million for the establishment of youth empowerment centers, 2.7 million to National Youth Opportunity towards advancement, NYOTA. In addition, I have proposed Kenya shillings 649.8 million to strengthen the film industry in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring increased income for our women through employment creation and supporting women-led enterprises. And to further empower our women, I have proposed Kenya shillings 182.8 million for the Women Enterprise Fund, Kenya shillings 3.5 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity, reduce poverty, and enhance social development, I have proposed Kenya shillings 63 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, as well as Kenya shillings 8 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs identified in marginal areas. Let me turn now to stimulating tourism, growth, sports, culture, and recreation and arts. Mr. Speaker, the government has prioritized expanding the space for creativity, including freedom of expression and protection of intellectual property rights. The government will also strengthen mainstreaming of arts and culture, infrastructure and support cultural production, and as well as creative economy. We are also cognizant of the brand value of Kenyans participating and excelling in international sports arena as incalculable. To support tourism, sports, culture, and even recreation, I have proposed an allocation of 23.7 billion, and this includes an allocation of 16.5 billion for the Sports, Arts, Social Development Fund, Kenya shillings 4.9 billion for the Tourism Fund, and Kenya shillings 2.2 billion for the Tourism Promotion Fund. Let me turn to environment protection, water and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, in order to support environment and water conservation and respond to climate change, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 10.7 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.7 billion for forest research and development, 2.7 billion for environment management and protection, 5.9 billion for the Kenya Financing Locally Led Climate Action Project, 1.6 billion for meteorological services, and Kenya shillings 13.1 billion for wildlife security, conservation, and management. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed Kenya shilling 1 billion for wildlife research and development, Kenya shillings 1.2 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation, and Kenya shillings 800 million for wildlife insurance. Mr. Speaker, to expand and access clean and adequate water for domestic and agricultural use, I have proposed an allocation of Kenya shillings 36.6 billion for the water and sewerage infrastructure development, 12.5 billion for water resources management, and Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for water storage and flood control. In addition, I have proposed 17.8 billion for irrigation and land reclamation, Kenya shillings 1.9 billion for water harvesting and storage for irrigation. I now turn to improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption. To enhance good governance and Mr. Speaker, and scale up fight against corruption, I have proposed Kenya shillings 4.2 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 4 billion for the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, 6.9 billion for the State Law Office, 8.7 billion for the Office of the Auditor General. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to enhance the oversight and registration of the role of Parliament, I propose an allocation of Kenya shillings 44.6 billion for Parliament. To enable administration and justice, I propose an allocation of 24.7 billion for the judiciary. This includes 900 million for construction and refurbishment of courts and 800 million for the automation of the judiciary. Allocations to the county governments, Mr. Speaker, I turn to this. The county governments will receive a proposed allocation of 400.1 billion as equitable share in the financial year 2024-2025. It's for the first time that they have arrived to this figure of 400 and surpassed it in the last 12 years of devolution. As equitable share of financial year 2024-2025, and this is equivalent to 25.48% of the actual revenue raised nationally for the financial year 2020-2021, which is in compliance with Article 203, subsection 2 of the Constitution of Kenya. In addition to the equitable share of revenue, a further 44.4 billion has been proposed as additional allocation to county governments. This comprises of 8.76 billion for the national government share of revenue, Kenya shillings 35.66 billion from proceeds of external loans and grants for the external loans and grants. Equalization Fund, Mr. Speaker, we have proposed an allocation of 8 billion for the Equalization Fund, which is 0.5% of the actual revenue raised nationally in 2020-2021 reference year. Measures to enhance county government's own source revenue, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is implementing a policy to support the enhancement of own source revenue by county governments as we await the enactment of the National Rating Bill. This bill will enable the county governments to correct more property rates, including contribution in lieu of rates. In addition, Mr. Speaker, a multi-agency committee has been formed to manage the rollout of the proposed integrated county revenue management system in 47 county governments. This system will increase transparency, accountability, and efficiency in revenue collection. Let me turn now to taxation measures, Mr. Speaker. The policy measures to support the budget, the tax policy measures supporting the budget for the financial year 2024-2025 budget are very, very critical. In the course of this year, we embarked on tax policy review through a number of tax studies that will support the development of a progressive tax system. Mr. Speaker, the objective of these reforms is to develop an elaborate tax policy that will raise adequate revenue to finance recurrent as well as development budgets. For this to materialize, we intend to first to develop diverse methods to enlarge the tax base. Second, we want to make sure that we minimize tax expenditures that amount to Kenya shillings 396 billion, which is equivalent to 2.9% of GDP as of 2022. Of the Kenya shillings 396 billion, 63.1% of it is on VAT refunds alone on zero-rated final consumer goods. Third, we want to create a tax system that is not only predictable to taxpayers, but also yields predictable revenues to government. Fourth, we want to develop a tax system that supports markets, that supports production, consumption, and even investments. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the year 2024-2025 marks the beginning of these reforms through the proposed amendments in various tax laws contained in the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, these reforms are part of a wider tax policy reforms contained in the medium-term revenue strategy, and I will shortly be providing highlights of these reforms. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, during the East African Community pre-budget consultations held in May 2024, the ministers responsible for finance and economic planning in the East African Community region agreed on customs measures that will support and protect industries in the region. Mr. Speaker, the tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024 and the said custom measures are expected to generate an additional Kenya shillings 346.7 billion or 1.9% of GDP to the exchequer for the financial year 2024-2025. Let me start with custom duties. Mr. Speaker, allow me to provide highlights of some of the custom measures agreed during the pre-budget consultation with the East African Community Partner States. Mr. Speaker, the ministers agreed on a number of measures for enhancing the competitiveness of locally manufactured products by allowing stays of application for the East African Community Common External Tariff, not to change the rates and where necessary, adopt higher rates of duty to encourage local production in East African Community countries. The ministers also agreed on duty remissions for raw materials and inputs used by local manufacturers to facilitate East African Community domestic production. Mr. Speaker, in order to meet local demands and enhance food security in Kenya on key staple foods, Kenya was granted an extension of the current stay of application of to import rice at a duty rate of 35% or US $200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, for 1 year, instead of East African Community Common External Tariff rate of 75% or $345 per metric ton, whichever is higher. And also, Kenya was allowed to import wheat at a duty rate of 10% instead of 35% for 1 year under the EAC, East African Community Duty Remission Scheme. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has a strong assembly of electronics industry, including mobile phones. In order to further open up the ICT sector to more investors, Kenya requested for duty remission on inputs for manufacture and assembly of smart telecommunication devices, including mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. This request was granted. Mr. Speaker, the local assembly of automotives continues to facilitate job creation with positive ripple effects in other supportive sectors, especially in the manufacturing of spare parts. In this regard, Kenya continued to develop capacity in the assembly of prime movers, road tractors, trailers, to meet both local and regional demand. In order to safeguard this capacity, Kenya was granted a stay of application of East African Common External Tariff rate of 10% to apply a duty rate of 25% for prime movers and 35% for trailers for 1 year. Further, in order to continue supporting the assembly of motorcycles in the region, East African community ministers in this regard agreed to extend the duty remission on importation of raw materials for the manufacture of parts used in the assembly of motorcycles, including leaf springs and wiring harness. In addition, ministers agreed to extend duty remission for completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles at the rate of 10%. Mr. Speaker, the growth of investment in metal and allied subsector has enhanced the capacity to manufacture various iron and steel products in the region. To safeguard the gains in this subsector, the ministers agreed to retain the duty rate at 35% with the corresponding specific rates for imported iron and steel products for a further 1 year. In order to promote and protect textile and apparel sector, which is one of the 9 bottom-up economic transformation agenda value chains prioritized in this budget, Kenya was allowed to apply a rate of 25% on selected fabric products with corresponding specific duty rates in order to curb undervaluation and under-invoicing of imported products. Further, to ensure competitiveness of textile products that are produced locally in sufficient quantities, Kenya was granted a stay of application and will apply a higher duty of 35%. Mr. Speaker, in order to reduce production costs of animal feeds, Kenya was allowed to extend importation of inputs for manufacturers of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme. Mr. Speaker, leather and leather products is one of the value chains under BETA. Kenya has sufficient supply of hides and skins to meet the demand from local manufacturers of leather and leather products. In order to promote this industry and enhance incomes of our pastoral farmers, the ministers agreed to retain a stay of application of duty import on imported leather bags at 35% for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I have just highlighted a few of the customs measures agreed by East African Community Ministers of Finance. The complete list will be gazetted by the East African Community Secretariat and will become effective starting 1st July 2024. Let me now turn to the finance bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight tax policy measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024. I will begin with the proposed amendments to the Income Tax Act, followed by Value-Added Tax, Excise Duty Act, Tax Procedures Act, and miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, let me start with amendments to the Income Tax Act. Currently, retirement benefits, Mr. Speaker, are subjected to tax. This taxation ceases at the age of 65 years. In order to support the retired employees, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to exempt all retirement benefits paid from the Registered Pension Fund, Registered Provident Fund, Registered Individual Retirement Fund, and National Social Security Fund and the Public Pension Scheme upon attainment of the retirement age. Mr. Speaker, for the individuals who take up early retirement, this exemption will only apply if the individual has contributed to the pension scheme for a period of 20 years from the date of registration as a member. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the annual limit of pension contribution that is exempt from tax is 30% of the individual income, or Kenya shillings 240,000, whichever is lower. Considering that this limit has not been revised since 2005, and to encourage savings for social security after retirement, I propose to increase this limit to 360,000 shillings per annum. Further, Mr. Speaker, I propose to allow deduction contribution to a post-retirement medical fund subject to a limit of Kenya shillings 10,000 per month. This will promote savings for post-retirement healthcare needs. Mr. Speaker, currently the threshold above which withholding tax applies on payments for management fees, professional fees, training fees, and contractual fees is Kenya shillings 24,000 per month. I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to remove this threshold since it creates a room for tax planning and is a challenge to tax administration. Mr. Speaker, despite the Income Tax Act providing a corporate tax rate of 30%, some taxpayers pay tax at an effective rate of less than 15%. This is due to vigorous tax planning and tax incentives provided under the Act. To prevent this practice, I propose to amend Income Tax Act to introduce a minimum top-up tax payable by a multinational group with a consolidated annual turnover of euro 750 million, whose effective corporate tax rate is below 15%. Mr. Speaker, the spectrum of license fees paid by telecommunication operators are currently not tax deductible, creating unfairness in the tax system. In this regard, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to allow telecommunications network operators to deduct the spectrum licenses fees over a period of 10 years. Mr. Speaker, advanced pricing agreements have emerged as a valuable tool for preventing tax disputes related to transfer pricing of cross-border transactions. In this regard, I propose to empower the Commissioner to enter into advanced pricing agreement with taxpayers engaged in transactions with related entities. Mr. Speaker, to attract international financial investors in Kenya and reinforce Kenya's position as a regional financial hub, I propose to reduce the rate of capital gains tax from 15% to 5% for firms certified by the Nairobi International Financial Center Authority. Mr. Speaker, a transfer of property between an individual and an entity where the individual holds 100% shareholding does not constitute a gain. In this respect, I propose to exclude from capital gains tax this kind of transfer. Mr. Speaker, the digital services tax was introduced to prevent tax-based erosion occasioned by migration of traditional businesses from physical shops to online platform that is not feasible by the Commissioner of Tax by the Commissioner for Tax purposes. It has been noted that the design of the tax does not capture all taxpayers, leading not only to loss of revenue, but also to unfairness in taxation. For this reason, and in line with international best practice, I propose to amend the Income Tax Act to replace the digital service tax with the significant economic presence tax. Mr. Speaker, to expand the tax base and make our country self-reliant, I propose to introduce an annual motor vehicle tax at the rate of 2.5%, the value of the vehicle, subject to minimum amount of Kenya shillings 5,000. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn to gains. There are substantial gains for Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, currently the tax-free amount on subsistence allowance paid to employees in the private sector for a period spent outside the usual place of work while on official duties is capped at Kenya shillings 2,000 per day. This is quite low considering the inflation that has occurred over the years. To cushion employees in the private sector from high cost of living, I propose to review the threshold to an amount not exceeding 5% of the employee's monthly gross earnings. Second, Mr. Speaker, the affordable housing levy and pay as you earn are calculated from the same base, leading to double taxation. To address this, I propose to make the housing levy deductible expense. This means that there is a tax savings for Kenyans and therefore affording Kenyans more money in their pocket. Mr. Speaker, in order to encourage Kenyans to continue constructing their own houses, I propose to increase the limit of interest payments that qualify for mortgage relief from Kenya shillings 300,000 to Kenya shillings 360,000 per annum. Let me turn now, Mr. Speaker, to amendments to the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight the amendments of the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, currently the registration of VAT is a requirement for a person who makes taxable supplies of Kenya shillings 5 million or more. This threshold was last reviewed in 2007. In recognition to the effect of inflation over the years and to enhance efficiency in tax administration, I propose to increase the threshold to Kenya shillings 8 million. Mr. Speaker, the VAT Act allows taxpayers making both taxable and exempt supplies to claim input tax where the proportion of exempt supplies is less than 10%. This has led to tax planning and hence loss of government revenue. To address this, I have proposed the removal of the threshold so that only the input tax relating to taxable supplies are deductible. Mr. Speaker, in support of the government's effort to combat malaria, I propose to remove VAT on mosquito repellents and raw materials used in the manufacture of repellents. This will encourage local production of the repellents. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditure was estimated at 393.6 billion, or about 2.9% of GDP for the year 2022. Of this amount, VAT tax expenditure amounted to 248.3 billion, or what is 63.1% of the total estimate of tax expenditure, which is a large erosion of the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, tax expenditure creates avenues for revenue leakage and thus denying government the revenue to support key priorities that benefit majority of Kenyans, of the citizens in Kenya. Recognizing the importance of tax expenditure in the promotion of investment and addressing welfare challenges in the economy, and in line with the medium-term revenue strategy, I propose to rationalize the VAT tax expenditure as provided for in the VAT Act in form of exemptions and zero rating based on the following criteria. First, that goods currently exempt be subjected to VAT. Second, zero-rated finished goods and consumer goods and services be exempt from VAT. Third, zero rating be restricted to goods and taxable services meant for export. Based on the above, Mr. Speaker, based on the above criteria, Mr. Speaker, I have proposed several amendments to the first schedule of the VAT Act in order to move some goods and services from exempt to VAT-able status. In addition, I have also proposed amendments to the second schedule of the VAT Act so that we can move some of the goods and services from zero rating to either exempt status or VAT-able. This rationalization is expected to expand the VAT tax base and create fairness in taxation. Let me turn now to amendments in the Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, the tax measures I have proposed under excise duty, I propose to change as follows. I propose to change the due date of payment of excise duty on alcoholic beverages from 24 hours to within 5 working days after removal from the stockroom. The 24 hours time frame has posed administrative challenges and cash flow, as well as cash flow challenges to the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, to protect local assemblies and create fairness and equity in taxation, I propose an introduction of excise duty on imported fully built motorcycle at the rate of 10% of the customs value, in addition to specific tax duty rate of Kenya shillings 12,952.83 cents per unit, whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, participation in betting, gaming, prize competition, lotteries continues to affect socio-economic fabric of our society, given their addictive nature. Mr. Speaker, last year we raised the excise duty on these activities from 7.5% to 12.5% to discourage participation. Despite this increase, participation rate in these activities by Kenyan citizens, especially school-going children and young adults, continues to persist. To further discourage this behavior, I propose to increase the excise duty tax rates to 20%. Mr. Speaker, in line with research findings commissioned by the National Treasury on the taxation of alcoholic beverages, I propose to review the excise duty structure on wines and beer from specific rates per litre to the rate of Kenya shillings 22 shillings and 50 cents per centiliter of pure alcohol. In other words, we want to start taxing alcohol beverages on the basis of alcohol content. Further, I propose to change excise duty rate on spirits from specific rates per litre to Kenya shillings 16 per centiliter of pure alcohol. This new structure of taxation based on alcoholic content does not distort the markets, and does not affect the investment decision, and it is expected to encourage responsible consumption behavior of these alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, I also propose to review excise duty structure on cigarettes in line with research conducted and advice that has recommended harmonization of excise duty rates for cigarettes with and without filters at the rate of Kenya shillings 4,100 per mille. This will reduce the incentive for misdeclaration and illicit trade. Mr. Speaker, I propose to increase the excise duty rate from Kenya shillings 1,594.50 cents per kilogram to Kenya shillings 2,000 per kilogram on products containing nicotine or nicotine substitute to address their adverse effects on human health. This excludes those approved medicinal products. Additionally, I propose to increase the excise duty rate on liquid nicotine for electronic cigarettes from Kenya shillings 70 per milliliter to Kenya shillings 100 per milliliter. Mr. Speaker, to provide fair treatment to both residents and non-residents offering excisable services, I propose to amend the Excise Duty Act to charge excisable services offered in Kenya by non-resident through a digital platform. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Act introduced excise duty on fees charged on advertisement of alcoholic beverages, betting, gaming, lotteries, and prize competition on TVs, print media, billboards, and FM stations. This resulted to a shift in choice of advertisement platform from the traditional media to internet and social media. To create a level playing field and to achieve the intended purpose, I propose to expand the scope of this tax to include fees charged on internet and social media advertisements. Mr. Speaker, in order to enhance the administrative efficiency in the issuance of excise licenses to persons dealing with excisable goods or services, I have proposed an amendment to provide for issuance of licenses within 14 working days upon receipt of all required valid documents by the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Act 2023 introduced duty on imported eggs, potatoes, onions at the rate of 25%. To promote trade across East African region, I propose the removal of this excise duty on imported eggs, potatoes, and onions originating from East African Community Partner States, subject to goods meeting the East African Community Rules of Origin. Mr. Speaker, currently, excise duty is 15% on the following: telephone, internet data services, fees charged on money transfer services by banks, fees charged on money transfer by agencies and other financial services providers, and the fees charged on cellular phone service providers. I propose to retain the excise duty rate of 15% on fees charged on money transfer services by cellular phone service providers to benefit retail electronic payments ecosystem. Let me now move to amendments to Tax Procedures Act. Mr. Speaker, I will now highlight those proposed amendments of the Tax Procedures Act. Currently, there is no validity period for the agency notices issued for enforcement of correction of unpaid taxes. This gap often leads to tax disputes and delayed revenue correction. To address this, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide 1 year validity period for agency notices. Mr. Speaker, in order to align the timelines for claiming VAT and in the Tax Procedures Act and VAT Act, I propose to delete the reference on timeliness for claiming refunds at the VAT Act, so that the applicable timeline is the 6 months that is provided under the Tax Procedures Act. Mr. Speaker, currently registered manufacturers whose value of investments is in the preceding year, in the preceding 3 years is at least 3 million, are exempted from withholding tax. In order to promote equity and create fairness to all manufacturers, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to remove this exemption. Mr. Speaker, I propose to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement and correction of taxes will be undertaken where a decision of the tribunal or court is in favor of the Commissioner, and stay orders have not been obtained against the decision. Mr. Speaker, the 60 days provided to the Commissioner in the Tax Procedures Act to review documents submitted by the taxpayers in support of an objection of tax assessment by the Commissioner are not adequate. To ensure comprehensive review, and in order to give the Commissioner adequate time, I propose to extend the timelines to object decisions of the Commissioner from 60 days to 90 days. Let me now move to amendments to miscellaneous fees and levies. Mr. Speaker, last year, 17.5% export and investment promotion levy was introduced on imported goods that are also locally produced in adequate quantities. In the Finance Bill 2024, the list of goods has been expanded and the rate of the levy has been reduced to 3% for most of the goods and others 10%. Mr. Speaker, in order to facilitate the National Intelligence Service to carry out its mandate, I propose to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act to exempt the National Intelligence Service from payments of import declaration fee and railway development levy on security equipment and motor vehicles imported or purchased locally for official use. Mr. Speaker, the high production and importation of hazardous goods, particularly electrical and electronic devices, into the country has led to significant increases in electronic waste. We call it e-waste in Kenya. This surge in waste production poses a considerable risk to both the environment and human health. In this regard, I propose to introduce eco-levy on various products to be payable in line with the polluter pays principle. Mr. Speaker, the levy will be imposed under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Then we turn to the amendments to the Kenya Revenue Authority Act. Mr. Speaker, to enhance public knowledge and literacy on tax matters, I propose to amend the Kenya Revenue Act to enable Kenya School of Revenue Administration collaborate with other institutions of higher learning, develop curricula, assess, examine students, and award certificates in tax matters. I have submitted this amendment in a separate bill. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government, under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has succeeded in steering the economy through a very difficult period of global and domestic challenges. Remarkably, the economy has recovered from the lagged effects of COVID-19 pandemic and unwinding from persistent and successive domestic and external shocks that created some permanent effects. Mr. Speaker, the policies and structural reforms outlined in this budget have laid a firm foundation to protect the fragile recovery for a sustained socio-economic transformation. Financing development is critical to this economic transformation. That is why raising adequate revenues is a core pillar to this economic transformation and growth. I'm confident that these measures will create jobs. They will strengthen economic recovery, and they will reduce the cost of living in the country, thereby providing the much-needed relief to the common mwananchi. I therefore urge honorable members and all Kenyans to support the implementation of the measures contained in this budget for our mutual prosperity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, achieving prosperous Kenya requires leadership and support of every Kenyan. For this reason, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and His Excellency the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, for their continued wise guidance and leadership and even perseverance to long hours of working to get things right. My special appreciation goes to Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, and the respective Principal Secretaries and accounting officers and staff of all MDAs for their support and contribution to the financial year 2024-2025 budget making process and contributions to these budget proposals. My sincere appreciation also goes first to you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterpart in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders of the entire House leadership, including respective clerks, for overseeing the approval process of the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 and related documents. Second, to honorable chairs, members of both Budget and Appropriation Committee and Finance and National Planning Committee, and all the other departmental committees of this House, as well as of the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office, for their constructive input, excellent leadership during the approval process and the discussions that we have had in the process of these budget proposals. Third, let me thank my colleagues, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, led by Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary and the National Treasury, and James Mohati, the Principal Secretary of State Department of Economic Planning, for their commitment, dedication, and support in the preparation of this budget process, including their own leadership in their own MDAs. Fourth, I want to thank the management and staff of the Central Bank of Kenya, Kenya Revenue Authority, financial sector regulators, and other MDAs for their contributions and advice during this budget process. My gratitude also goes to the multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. And further, I thank the private sector for its sustained contribution to the discussions we have had to support the growth of our economy. Sixth, I wish to appreciate the media and non-state actors for for the active engagement and even participation in the 2024-2025 budget process. Mr. Speaker, I remain immensely grateful to my family and their support and inspiration as I execute my duties at the National Treasury and Economic Planning, which is not an easy task, and I can tell you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, my utmost gratitude goes to all Kenyans for their contributions, proposals, and suggestions received during the finalization of the budget proposals. The outcome of these measures are to our own benefits and a reward to perseverance on the difficulties that we have gone through and to solve the difficulties ahead of us. Thank you, and may God bless you. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the Finance Bill 2024 together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Today, I further submit the following documents to this august House, and I request that you graciously receive them. First, the budget statements for the financial year 2024-25. Second, the 2024 budget policy statement. Third, estimates of revenue, grants, and loans for the financial year 2024-2025 budget. Fourth, financial statements for the financial year 2024-2025 budget. Fifth, medium-term debt management strategy 2024. Sixth, budget highlights, the Mwananchi Guide, the financial year 2024-2025 budget. And finally, statistical annex of the budget statements for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm waiting for the handing over of the documents. Thank you. You may take your seat. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the year 2024-25 and the medium term. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to confirm that in conformity with the provisions of Article 2211 of the Constitution, Section 37, 39, and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary submitted to the National Assembly the documents and legislative proposals required to implement the national government budget for financial year 2024-25 on 30th April 2024. This is within the prescribed timeline. The documents submitted by the Cabinet Secretary included the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the national government and the Finance Bill 2024, which is currently under consideration by the House. Honorable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honorable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, all Cabinet Secretaries present, and other invited guests to our reception at the Parliamentary Courtyard at the rise of the House. Honorable members, now being 5:17 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 18th June 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
The Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, has delivered his much-awaited speech. And the CS has focused his speech on four main points: the economic performance, fiscal policy direction, revenue measures, and expenditure plans, where the Cabinet Secretary has outlined how the government intends to allocate its resources across different sectors such as education, health, infrastructure, and security, among other sectors. This is a broadcast that was brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. That's where we wind up the broadcast of the parliamentary business on this 13th day of June 2024.
We're in conversation with former President Jacob Zuma at his Nkandla compound, where he'll tell us about how he's an ANC member but a leader of the newly formed Umkhonto weSizwe party. We've spent an afternoon with the former head of state where we speak about a wide range of issues, from the plans of this MYKE party, his arrest in 2021, and what he has to offer as an 82-year-old politician in South Africa. Thank you so much for agreeing to have us inside the controversial Nkandla compound, they say.
I don't know why is it
250 million rand.
Is that so?
They say.
was the South African money?
Yes.
Because in some places I've seen people having lots of money like this, but the number is so little.
Oh.
I'm asking, do you think that money that we are talking about was able to build this? Is that so? Do you think so?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. But what I do want to know is what life has been like after the presidency. I mean, you resigned on Valentine's Day 2018. And since then, you've been in and out of court. But most significant has been the fact that you are the first democratically elected president to be arrested. Just talk about that moment when when the Constitutional Court ruled against you, and they said Jacob Zuma must go to prison.
Well, to be, firstly, I knew in terms of certain types of democracies, presidents have time. In other democracies, there is no time. As long as the people say he's doing very well, it continues, and there's no. That's why I always say there are democracies and democracies.
What do you mean by that?
I've just said it, that in some instances, inside the democracy, there are specific years put. Others, the majority is 5, others about 7 or 8, then you change to take another one. In some countries, there is no such time. You are a president as long as people feel we are doing well. That's why I'm saying, therefore, there are democracies and democracies.
Okay.
Yes. As you would see with me as well, on the last question you asked, as another democracy, that people can, in a democracy, can have 20 years of a case, one case that is not ending. That's South African democracy. I haven't heard it anywhere else. So there are democracies and democracies, my dear. So me, when I was here, in the first instance, I am a freedom fighter. I still call myself a freedom fighter.
Okay.
Yes, because I fight against anything that is unfair to other people. And I will do so. I did so when I was young. I will continue to do so. I will never, no matter whether you talk to the biggest person or the biggest country, I don't give in on that one.
Okay.
And therefore, I never thought I will ever be a president. I will be a freedom fighter and liberate the people of South Africa. And I was very happy that I was at the heart of it. After joining and growing within the struggle, and indeed, finally, been part of participating at the point when South Africa was being freed. If you remember, the leadership in Lusaka sent me to come in and start what was called talks about talks.
Yes.
I led a small delegation to start that, which was the starting of the negotiations. And I was deep in it, as I've been deep all the time. I went to Robben Island, I did whatever. But finally, we succeeded to liberate the country after negotiations. And I was part of it. At that time, you'll remember, there was very heavy violence,
yes,
particularly in KZN, which was Natal then, and Johannesburg in particular. And I felt that kind of violence was not fair, and it was started by people secretly, and there are many secrets in the world. And I happened to know, because of the job I was doing, how that violence started. As we were negotiating and getting into the country to participate in the negotiations, as we won elections for the first time, I then pleaded with the president, my president then, Nelson Mandela, to allow me to come to this province of KZN to participate in stopping violence.
Yes.
Matiba wanted me to be one of the ministers. And he said, no, I want you in my team of the ministers. And I said to him, please, I plead. I don't want, we have got more than enough comrades. And nobody can stop that war, because I don't think, firstly, people knew how it started, but also knew the behavior of the people who live in this province. Because if you don't know them, you can't stop them fighting unless and until you know them.
Yeah.
And I explained to him that even if you're a president, if this violence appears in the TV globally, people will say, yes, Mandela is now the president, but his country is on fire. Because that's how it looked like. And fortunately, because he was a man who was too bright than many others and too above me, he realized and agreed that I should come. So I came back here.
Yeah.
And I did not want to lead anything. I wanted to participate in stopping the violence. And that's what I think I did to a large extent, of course, together with other colleagues and other people. But also, having done so, I was then elected here by comrades as the chairperson of the province, which was fine. But I did not want to be somewhere there. I wanted to work down there. Because some of my training was down there.
Yeah.
But finally, they also wanted me to be the national chairperson, and they actually forced me to be, and I became one. And thereafter, I was forced to be the deputy president of Thabo Mbeki when Mandela left. And of course, as you know, maybe I put it very well that I'm problematic all the time. Because once I was a deputy president, I was also taken out of it by the president. And but I remained the deputy president of the ANC.
Yes.
I was also pushed away from there at some point, but the ANC membership said no. So finally, when Thabo left, Thabo Mbeki left as a president, I became the president. I thought it was going to be smooth, but it was not smooth.
What made you think it was going to be smooth?
No, because you are given, in terms of what was discussed, 2 terms that you will have, and then thereafter somebody would follow.
Okay.
That's the 2 terms I was talking about. Comrade Mbeki had being a deputy during Madiba, and then he had these 2.
Yes.
And we all believed that that was it. We actually used to say, some leaders in the continent, if they wanted a 3rd term, we said, no, that's not. Everybody said 2. But we ended up contesting one another, me and Mbeki.
Yeah. Do you think that was a good thing for the ANC in hindsight?
Absolutely not. It was not. I knew that even then it was not. But we in the ANC had not accepted that you can do a 3rd term. It was a generally accepted thing. What was shocking was one of us saying, no, I want to have a 3rd majority. That was what was shocking. The other one was a normal thing.
Do you think it's shocking now? So do you think it's more acceptable now to have a 3rd term? Do you still stand by?
It's still done that way.
Yeah.
We have not set as an organization to say, let us now change this. We haven't. Or as revolutionaries in South Africa, the matter is known as 2 term.
Yes.
So it's clear. Only at that time there was one interruption, which was corrected on the spot. Everything was straight.
Okay.
Now, then I became the president. And I had, because in the struggle I knew exactly what I was doing, what I needed.
Yeah.
So when I became the president, I had that opportunity. I did everything to bring about change in this country. Number of things. And I don't think that's a time to be talking about it because it is a story of its own.
Yeah.
But you will know very well. I introduced policies that were not here.
Like? Like?
Oh, you want me to count 1, 2, 3, 4?
Just give me 2.
For an example, in this country at that time, there was a sickness that was killing people, right? Was called, I'm sure you remember. Huh?
HIV and AIDS?
You remember what it was?
Yes.
What was it?
HIV and AIDS.
HIV
and AIDS.
HIV and AIDS. Okay, I want people there who must understand. So, as you know, people were dying. And we had policies, we had discussed what we need to do to stop this. But at that time, those in power were saying no. They had a different view. So when I came in, I took what scientists were saying, and I said, this is what, and the death of people stopped. And up to this day, people remind me that I stopped people from dying in South Africa, which we had a policy, but there were people who were feeling differently from it. I also did a number of other things. For an example, I introduced things like rural development, which was not there before, which people, of course, did not understand properly. But it was also accepted that there was this to be done. We needed to develop our people. I declared that electricity must be everywhere in the country, not only in the cities.
Yes.
And people are saying, no, there's a shortage of, I said, shortage or no shortage, we want it. And I came with a number of other things that came. I joined a group of countries that are 5. They've got the name, we remember the name, what is the name?
BRICS.
BRICS. People think BRICS is teeny. Actually, is a name of 5 countries.
Yes.
Which is the group of the countries to change the world into a better way of life rather than what has been happening. Wherein countries who are not that strong, that grouping makes it move forward and change the political and economic things in the world.
Yeah.
And that group, the South Africa, the South Africa to get into there was a big thing that has actually shaken the world.
Do you still maintain that's part of the reason why you're no longer president?
Not only that.
Because
not
of,
only
of
that,
how
but
you...
it is one that was the biggest scheme of the big global countries who conspired that I should move because I was too active. I was also in Africa, making Africa therefore to grow in a particular way. At that time, when I was there, Africa for the first time discussed the infrastructure of the entire continent. We discussed many, many big things. And that's why my enemies felt this man must move. Because there was no reason. I asked people who came to me to say, resign. What have I done? Nothing. Why? They told me their own story. So there were reasons why I had to be removed. And by then I said, okay, let me go to my place where I was born.
Which is where we are right now.
Where we are right now. And I've been sitting here peacefully.
Until you were arrested.
Until I was arrested.
Take me through the moment when I remember as a journalist, the judgment came and we were parked right outside here. Of course, there's a lot of discussion. There's a 5-day deadline for Begitele to implement in executing your arrest. But the moment where Justice Sisi Kampembe is saying, you must go to jail, where are you? What's going through your mind?
Well, I've been very clear all the time that there was a particular attitude towards me arising from different quarters, big and small, some very big, some buying small ones to do their work of the big ones. For an example, there was a point that there should be a commission that must investigate corruption, right?
State capture, to be specific.
Well, yes, that's a name.
I know
I've never understood.
Debate. Yes, we know the
never
debate,
understood.
like there are 3 arms of the state. I know where you stand when it comes to that.
Exactly. It was also wrong. It remains wrong up to this day.
Do you regret not going to that commission?
No, I would have gone to the commission and tell what I wanted to say. I think some people did not want me to.
Did not want you to go to the commission?
Because I came there. I said the judge would not be fair to me. And I stated the reason. Therefore, I need somebody else to sit here so that I can talk to. But the judge said, no, I'm not going. I've never heard of that. And started writing his own statement, arguing with me on some matter that I'm saying, please move away, bring somebody else.
Do you regret that?
No, I don't regret. because that was demonstrating the kind of democracy in South Africa. What type of democracy? In the first instance, if we have a commission, it is all known. Once you have a commission, you must have a deputy. It's done everywhere. That judge did not have a person that if such a situation happens, will be there to come and take me and then we proceed. And he said, no, I'm not. Why? He said, no, I'm here. He actually wrote something to argue against me. It's never done. It's never done in law. It's never done. You don't sit there as a chair and say, I don't want to move away. I want to try you. It's never done. This is supposed to be a deputy judge. Number two of the whole thing going up there. Now, my lawyer asked him, just tell me why you decided to be the chair only without a deputy. Because this is a normal thing that you do.
Yeah.
He says, no, I did not want when I take decision that somebody must argue with me. Is that a democracy? Is that a legal, praise the legal in the country? So I said, I can't therefore sit in with you. I can't talk with you. What does he do? Under normal circumstances, he will then go through the processes that are necessary with the commission, and what do you do?
Yeah.
He straight away wrote a letter to the
Constitutional Court
and said in the letter, I'm charging Zuma. You must sentence him 2 years. This is a judge sitting as a chairperson of a commission. He tells the judges who are at the Constitutional Court, who report to him. So as a boss, he gives them instructions. And they don't use the legal, normal situation to say, sorry, you can't say we must try a case. Those guys try issues that have not been agreed at lower levels.
Yes.
I've never heard a fellow who stays up there sitting in a commission and instructing judges, and they all agree. And in the process of that, in the first instance, this judge is doing a wrong thing. I know. I'm not a child. I fought for this freedom. I understand democracy that I fought for. I can't tell me more than that because I don't remember him in the fighting when we were fighting for freedom. But let alone that. All I'm saying, you realize the problems that I have about some of the things. Why, for an example, when I was never, there's nothing that was found about me, about this home. This home was done by me and the sons of my brother. We did the payment of this, everything. But I was told.
All of it?
I'm telling you what I'm telling you, unless you know there is something else.
Okay.
Because only things that government had to do to a person at the position of that in the country.
Yeah.
Therefore, they will come in to deal with that one. But I was told the monies were said so much and so much, but nobody has ever said, here where Zuma gets the money, here where he put it, etc.
Okay, but I want us to move beyond that.
No, I'm moving beyond. I'm just telling you about this home that we are talking about, that we are walking in.
Yes.
That people have been saying things about.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
To say that, therefore, the judges said, took the instruction from the judge and charged me.
Yeah.
First of its own in the country. They are not there to deal with
contempt
cases.
Of the commission, the summons that were issued.
Exactly. That if we take it it should have been taken to a court, to a judge, to deal with me. Not the constitutional court.
Okay.
What was constitutional about that? There was nothing constitutional. It was just a question of me and him not agreeing. And if that happens, it must be taken to whether it's magistrate or the judge. Not constitutional court. There was no constitutional issue that was out of the way. It wasn't. I said to him, and this is very true, you can't talk to me about this matter. I plead that to move aside, keep somebody else to talk to. Is that a constitutional issue? To be a case in the Constitution? I don't think so. If that is the case, then the South African democracy is something else. And they've been proving it bit by bit that indeed some of these things is just talk. It's not reality. Because they took an instruction from a judge of a commission, not even of a court, of a commission, and applied it. All they did was to lessen the judgment. Instead of 2 years, it was 15 months. And when the judges, they were saying I should come to court, I said I'm not coming. That is my right.
It's your right not to go to court.
To the court for what? For judges who are being instructed by theirs who only judging, the commission. Because they are judges. I don't believe that. The judges must respect the law. Firstly, Judge Zondo should have respected what I was saying. They should have said to Zondo, we are wrong. Why should I go in because they are judges? I'm a citizen of this country. I'm not a fake. I'm a citizen of this country who also fought for the liberation of this country, who died, who stayed in prison for 10 years for that freedom, for that democracy. And you can't come and tell me when some of them did not even give a peace to fight for that freedom. So I will never do it. For me to be a revolutionary was not a fake, was not halfway. Was a total thing. I was ready to die then by the enemy that I had disagreed with. So I couldn't say to a judge because he's a judge and then start saying, no, I'm coming, no. They then end up sentencing me, having not even tried me. Because there might have been other ways. There might have other judges who say, go and deal with this case. They just decided everything. And the judge who was pronouncing said, yes, we are taking this right out of Zuma because we are Delela. He's silly. We are therefore putting a right which is not theirs to decide that I must go to jail. That's not democracy. For me, that's not the democracy I fought in this country. I know what democracy means. That's then is what led to me being now arrested.
So when the judgment was handed down, you were angry?
Of course, yes. Of course,
yes. Were you here? Where were you? You were here?
I was here in this house of my father.
Were you watching it live on television?
Yes, I did. That's why I saw who was talking. The lady. Justice lady. Whether it's Kampempe or whatever, but that was the lady, and I was shocked. For that matter, a woman in a democratic South Africa, so angry against a person who is being victimized. Whew. That was saying to me, there's still a long way to go. So I said, okay, I'm not going there. They said, no.
So you are not going there as into prison? When they said
wherever, yeah. Why should I?
You refused? Who did you tell?
Absolutely.
Said, I'm not going to prison?
I said so.
Yeah?
I'm not. I actually wrote a statement. I said I'm not coming. I said, if you want to arrest me, you arrest me. I'm not coming. But this thing is wrong. And indeed, they were arresting me. And I said, I'm not going. I'm not going to court. I'm not going to prison either.
But
Why?
you ended up going.
Of course, yes. That's what
and
happened.
At the last minute.
That's what happens when you deal with people who are oppressors of other people. You always get to jail. I ended up in Robben Island. It's not the first time. I was repeating it. What was even worse for me, they mobilized soldiers throughout the country to come and arrest this one man. Not even handling a stick of match to burn one of the of the people. Just me. And people were angry of this country.
Yeah.
Very angry. They came here to say they must come and defend me.
I remember that.
Yes.
It was quite tumultuous outside the gates.
Absolutely.
I remember. And we know what happened even when you were arrested, the civil unrest.
Absolutely. Because when they brought the police, it was all over. And people were here to say, you can't take him. We could have had another massacre here. It was actually imminent. And government wanted it. Because I, in the afternoon at about 3, I phoned the commissioner and asked him.
Provincial?
No, before
National.
that. National.
Okay.
I asked, why are you sending the army to arrest me? Because if you wanted to arrest me, you would have brought the police to come and arrest me. Why this? Because it was something to arrest one little man at Nkandla with the whole army. I said, but what is this? And I realized that there was a plan in my own guess to kill people here.
To achieve what exactly?
To achieve the fact that we've dealt with one terrorist, because I was the first to be killed. I know the information. So I said, okay, let me save the poor people, innocent people. Let me not allow them to be killed. Let me go to prison.
After you were arrested.
Now I'm coming there. I'm coming there. What happened, the government provoked the people. And this is never said. Because by arresting Jacob Zuma, they came, they said they are going to arrest him, come what may. Why is the issue, why there was a dispute was very clear. I had said they are messing up with my rights. I am a citizen. And they said, we are arresting you, being a judge, want to prove that we are in charge. That's what the judgment was saying. And they brought the police, all the police. That's provoking. That's provoking those people who want peace in this country. So I did not want them to die. So I left. I went to prison and served something I did not agree with. It is that taking a citizen, old citizen, having fought freedom, for freedom, send him to jail just to fix him up, that angered the people. And people were angry. And they don't have a jail, they don't have anything. So they decided to protest in whatever way they wanted to protest.
Quite a violent way of protesting.
Of course, the violence was there because the police came to shoot them.
Nearly 400 people actually died. Do you think that that's a good thing that it happened in your name?
That's a bad thing.
In your name, they say.
No. In my
name. Yes.
But they're defending me.
They are responding at this violence.
They are defending me because they've got nothing else to do. If you take a man to prison, because we've got insimbi zokubopha, you have a country, we have got yonke into, abantu bathi-ke nathi-ke ngezandla zethu. Don't blame the people, blame the government who provoked that kind of action.
So
absolutely.
When we now fast forward,
yes,
Zuma's been arrested. Zuma is in court fighting arms deal, fighting journalists, Billy Downer, etc. It's 2023, the 16th of December. Former President Jacob Zuma endorses this relatively unknown party called Umkhonto weSizwe. Is this endorsement in response to all the things that we've discussed, the State Capture Commission of Inquiry, your arrest, some would say even your relationship or lack thereof with President Cyril Ramaphosa, and other things that you've said publicly?
There are many things that have happened and passed. This one that led me to establish a political party called Umkhonto Wesizwe Party was the failures of my organization, the African National Congress, to keep the policies, to deal with the issues that we fought for, to change the lives and make the people live better. And the manner in which the leadership was already dealing with the ANC in term instead of leading it. I've said that in public very clearly.
I'd like to stop you there. You know, there was a time you were addressing an ANC gathering, I think it might have been a conference. You were still the president of the ANC.
Yes.
And you stood on the podium to say, those people who have been afforded the opportunity to become, leaders of the movement, when they leave, they must leave peacefully and mustn't go and start writing pieces about the ANC or criticizing the incumbent leadership. And yet today, you seem to be doing the very same thing in relation to the leadership of the ANC under President Cyril Ramaphosa. Are you not contradicting yourself?
Not at all. I did not say people who do so, they must not do so and just keep quiet even if the organization is being put down. I didn't say so. I said so because people would go out. They were not even coming to say, when I was the president, to say, Comrade Zuma, this is what we are not happy about.
Did you do that with President Cyril Ramaphosa?
Absolutely.
To say, I'm not happy.
I've said this in public. I said this in public. Firstly, Ramaphosa knows my views about him because I discussed them within the party.
Okay.
Yes. Firstly, when he wanted to be the president, which was breaking the rules of the organization before I finished my term, because that is a policy of the ANC, that you finish once the one who has been elected as the president of the ANC, the new president, there's a 18 months that is allowed for him to settle, get to understand the ANC, prepare the strategy for the coming ANC election, national elections.
Yeah.
That is a policy that was discussed by the ANC and agreed, so that the other one will be continuing with the government and beginning to bring him in. But as soon as he was elected, he wanted to be the president.
But that happened with you when you came in after Mbeki.
No, not true. Mbeki finished all his terms. I was elected thereafter and allowed Mbeki to continue. It's not true. I never said that. I was waiting. I actually wanted Mbeki to stay more. It were other comrades in the National Executive Committee who said he must go at a particular time because they were accusing him of the manner in which he was handling the organization. The leadership of the ANC, I was in the minority. I said, let us not do it. Let us find a way to talk to Mbeki, how to handle himself until the final stage. They said, no, no, no. I've never done so. Whoever has that impression, it is wrong. I actually defended him. Now, but Cyril Ramaphosa wanted to come in now, backed by other leaders. In a meeting so far, where I asked, what have I done? They say, you've done nothing, nothing wrong. But we think this comrade is dynamic, is saying important things, all that people are loving it. We want him to give more time. They were actually not keeping with the policies of the ANC. And finally, when they were making all other kind of things, I decided to resign.
We're still in conversation with former President Jacob Zuma at his Nkandla home, where we've been talking about who exactly funds the Umkhonto weSizwe party, why young people don't seem to be leading from the front, and what else could this new baby bring to the party that couldn't be done when he was still president of the organization called the ANC for 9 years. Mr. Zuma, let's pick it up from the point where you are now endorsing this party called Umkhonto weSizwe. It's a name that many would have associated with the armed wing of the liberation movement. And as you would know now, after the various court cases, you have raised the ire of the governing party.
The ANC was banned. I was member of the ANC in 1960. In 1961, December, MYKE was established. Because the whole year there was a debate about what do we do until a decision was taken. And then everybody there agreed that this is the name we need. So Umkhonto weSizwe was born as a military wing of the struggle in South Africa. With or done by, as I call them, all the parties that were in the alliance. So it was a decision of the entire alliance about finally this is what it is. It was, in other words, rescuing us as black oppressed people to have another alternative to fight.
So you're not stealing the heritage of the ANC?
Sorry?
And the liberation movement. You don't believe that you've stolen the heritage
Not at all.
of the liberation movement?
No. As we look at the complex nature of the problems that the ANC is facing and the people are facing as a result of the ANC diverting somewhere, if you wanted to correct the situation, if you wanted to bring back the situation where it is supposed to be, you could no longer do it through talking, because the leaders, for an example, many of them were no longer talking. And I have very glaring examples of that. Also, the manner in which some of the leaders were attacking me when I had done nothing. You needed to find a way, how do we change this back to where we are so that we can reach our final destination?
So the MYKE party is still about saving the ANC, or does it have its own mission now? Because initially when you'd endorsed it, you said that you're still a member of the ANC, but you are endorsing MYKE. Now you are a leader of this new party. It's not about the ANC anymore, is it?
I think it is important to say the ANC had moved away from being the guardian of its policies and everything. But once I did this, they were so quick to say, Zuma has done X, Y, Z, therefore we are taking him out of the ANC.
Do you still believe you're a member of the ANC?
I am a member of the ANC.
But Malula says you have expelled yourself, the Secretary General.
No, they were saying so when they were still excited. I'm supposed to go, I was supposed to go there to discuss with them this thing for myself, to defend myself. And let me tell you what has happened. I've said, let me start this way. Quite a number of prominent ANC members have been voting with DA against members of the ANC.
How would you know about people's votes?
I know. They voted against me.
You mean
not
in Parliament?
Once. In Parliament, yes.
Oh, not at the ballot, okay.
Yeah, in Parliament. They voted many times, and they said so. And they actually violated the ANC policy. And some of them were very proud of it.
But they never started a new formation. It's quite different.
No. I'm talking about them violating whether you have not left or you have left is not the issue. The issue is they have violated the ANC policy that you could not vote with the opposition. What I have done, I have said I will not vote for the ANC. I'll vote for the Mkondo Wesizwe. I've not even voted. But they say
you're not the
out.
leader of the MK party. You're not just, it's not about
I am a leader of the MK, but
Yes.
I established it.
You established it.
I'm a leader.
We'll actually talk about that because
I'm
of
a
course,
leader of the party. It's me who is a leader. I'm just telling you the story that these people have actually been voting with the opposition, violating the ANC policies.
So two wrongs make what you're doing right.
No, I've not done up to now. I've not voted with
The MK party is an opposition party, which you've publicly said.
Even if it is, I have not voted MK. I'm still going to do it, but I'm punished already for me declaring when they've voted many times with what you call. They're going to tell me, why are they still members of the ANC? I've sacrificed my life. I was ready to die. I went to prison. I went to exile. And some of the people who are leading, they don't even know what exile is all about. No, they don't know. They've never been in prison. I have contributed to this ANC. The reason, if you listen to my terminology, I said, I will die in the ANC.
Okay.
And I am
whilst
doing
being
this.
a leader of the MK party.
Exactly.
So after elections, does it mean you're taking that constituency to the ANC?
No.
How are you rescuing the
listen
ANC
to me
by
telling
leading
you.
another party? How
Listen
does
to
that
me
work?
telling you, my good sister.
It's a contradiction.
Because you don't understand what is called a political something.
What?
We established MK in 1961 to save or rescue the ANC, among other things, which was the national organization, and save the black people. We established MK. And MK played a role that assisted us to come quicker to liberation as a military wing of the struggle in South Africa. Today, in a different way, the ANC is being killed by some of its members who are sent by other people. People in South Africa have been saying, and as a journalist you know, have been saying to ANC people, we are not going to vote you if you still keep Cyril Ramaphosa as a president. You have heard it.
So it's a personal vendetta.
No, I'm asking you have heard it. I'm asking, is it a vendetta or not vendetta? I'm asking you.
In some quarters it has
Wait. I'm telling you about the voters. And the voters of the ANC have been going down on the basis of that. And therefore the ANC has been killed systematically together. And we who know the ANC coming, we want to rescue the history of the ANC, the name of the ANC. That's why I won't leave it to people I think they've done wrong things. One day I could tell you more reasons why. The ANC, there is nothing wrong with the membership of the ANC. There's everything wrong with the leadership of the ANC or some leaders of the ANC.
Okay,
these are the people we needed to deal with. And
once you've dealt with
them, wait a bit, let me complete. I wanted to take the ANC as the biggest history among national liberation movement.
Yes.
And you can't take that and give it to the current leadership, like Ramaphosa's, and say they must now look after it. So I'm telling you, that is what I'm telling you, the rescuing of the ANC. We can't take this rich history unprecedented. Many people looked after, and just give it to other people.
But you
That's
brought
why.
Cyril Ramaphosa back into the fold.
Wait.
How are you forgetting that
No,
history?
I've never done so. I will tell you one day.
In 2012.
I will tell you one day. It's
Who brought
not me.
Cyril Ramaphosa
It
back
was brought
to be
by
your
some
deputy
members.
president?
It was brought by some members of the ANC who came to recommend him to me.
But you accepted it.
Sorry?
You accepted it. It was a
No,
collective
I'm not
decision.
the only one person who takes a decision
Yes.
in the ANC. The ANC takes decision on the basis of consultations and discussions.
But you never had any red flags then?
I did.
Okay.
But it was not meant in public.
Mm.
I had red flags long time ago.
Already, your baby is not even a year old, but already there seem to be ructions. There's, some would say, confusion. Jabulani Khumalo says he's the leader of Umkhonto weSizwe. You allegedly have expelled him. He claims that his signature was forged, where there was a letter sent to the IEC ceding power over to you. What is going on with the Umkhonto weSizwe party?
Let me just start. Have you ever had an organization in South Africa who is 4 years old, but who is leading the race? Have you ever had
You're not 4 years old.
Huh?
You're not 4 years old. You're a couple of months.
Sorry. Not 4 years, 4 months. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. 4 months. 4 months, not 4 years, 4 months. But is leading the race. Was there ever an organization of that nature? Can you say it is dying? Who is dying? Umkhonto? Not at all. Umkhonto is growing, is big.
What about the confusion now with this leadership?
You're political party. Wait. Every political party, unless it is not a political party, there are discussions, there are quarrels, there are everything. ANC itself can tell you how many quarrels it has had in its life. It's part of politics. There's nothing new.
Did you send Jabulani Khumalo to go and register?
Absolutely.
Umkhonto
I had
on your
that
behalf?
discussion.
You sent him.
I had that discussion with him here in this house, here at Nkandla.
And it was always part of the plan?
I was helping to tell them what I'm doing in order to change this country. And I said I've chosen MK. But because MK is going to raise eyebrows to some people, I won't register it myself. I'll register it through, there were 3 sitting next to me. So I said, we'll use your name. And we agreed. So that people must not realize I'm party to it. Because I was doing underground, total underground. I did that, and I don't have to argue with somebody who did not even know what Umkhonto was. What we are talking about, there are papers being written to court to explain that day where he had to sign. Because I put him here, I said, why do you now say this is your organization?
He still is saying that, absolutely.
No, I'm telling you, when I talked to him,
yeah,
I said, where do you come from? Because I've brought his brother and their friend in order to be here to hear what he says. No. I did not refuse to sign because I know the truth. In fact, somebody was saying, starting a discussion, I'd stop the discussion. I said, here's a paper, sign. Which he was, but he had participated in
so
drafting.
His signature was not forged. That
No,
letter
he signed
to the
in
IEC.
front of all of us sitting. We are going to be saying it in public. He signed, and it was sent.
You've spoken about how your party is so young and yet it has made an impact, or it has such wide reach. Who's funding Umkhonto weSizwe party?
Unfortunately, we've got nobody who's funding us now.
No money at all. I mean, there was an article
No.
that spoke about funding from Belarus. Is that
money coming from
Belarus?
Who
Russia?
received it?
You?
Me?
You are a director of a company.
I've never received any. But I thought you were going to tell me
You're not funded
somebody.
by Russia?
When was I funded by Russia?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm not funded by Russia.
Who's funding you? Where do you get so much money?
Listen, my sister. When I worked underground the whole year until I made an announcement, I had not a penny.
Because you've been pleading poverty even in court.
You've
been pleading poverty even in court.
Exactly, because I don't have the
money to campaign.
No.
Campaigning is an expensive exercise.
I use my voice to tell the people what I've decided.
And then?
And people agreed. And they work today.
We were with you as a country for 9 entire years.
And I changed a number of things.
Right?
And I changed a number of things.
Hang on a second. You're gonna answer me. Let me ask the question. You're gonna answer me. You can't answer until I'm done.
Okay.
You were with the country for 9 entire years. And when you look at the population, it's mostly made up of young people. Now you're at your not so tender age of what, 82, 83? Many are asking.
I'm 28.
Okay, backwards.
Okay.
You're at your not so tender age of 82. Let's be honest. Why don't you just allow young people to lead? What could you possibly contribute? You had your time. Allow other people to let this country grow and allow young people to run the country. What are you bringing to the table?
Have they displayed how they can lead the country?
Who?
The young people.
Are you saying young people can't lead?
No, I'm asking.
Why
don't we have young people who are acting like me now? If they are capable of doing so.
So you are saying you're the best option on the table?
I'm not saying I'm a best option. I said for a number of years after retiring, and the country was going down with your young people and everybody else, you being young as well, you were doing nothing.
You can't say we were doing nothing.
What were you doing?
I'm in the media space. I use this platform and the space to
You can't liberate people with media.
So how are you liberating people again?
Because I'm calling people to an organization called Mkondo Wesizwe.
I've been watching you, on the campaign trail. Even during this interview, you've been quite energetic. And I can't help but wonder, were you ever terminally ill?
Me?
Yes, especially because in the courts, your health has been a subject of discussion. When the arms deal trial was supposed to start, you were not in a good state to stand for trial. And so it goes.
I think that is a very serious question to answer. To ask rather, because the health of a person is always known as a business of that person and the doctors. It comes to this discussion when people, like it is happening now, when governments are doing things to make people feel uncomfortable, follow other people for whatever reasons. That's why such questions will come. There was absolutely no necessity for such a question to come. Absolutely.
Sit back, relax, and shika a world of hit TV shows and movies with Showmax. Including a host of new Kenyan shows this year, streaming for Africa. Sign up on showmax.com.
Positioned as a true representative of our people and not a platform to protect the political elite of the ruling class. Now that the parliamentary majority of the ANC has been broken and there is no single political party that can constitute government on its own, we as the EFF will be engaging with different political parties on how we elect leadership of parliament and constitute a government that will lead South Africa for the next 5 years. We will engage with all political parties with an appreciation that a government should be constituted within the next 14 days, meaning that some of the issues might be resolved after the base agreements have been reached. As previously mandated by the Central Command Team, CCT, after the 2021 local government elections, the EFF negotiations principles are as follows. Appreciation of the EFF 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars for economic freedom in our lifetime, service delivery commitments which timelines, particularly on land, jobs, water, electricity, flushing toilets, and care for the people with disability. Anti-racism, meaning that whatever coalition is an outcome of EFF participation, must not reinforce white supremacy and Afrikanerdom. Anti-imperialism, meaning that whoever we partner with must not be a puppet or representation of the West imperialist agenda and interests in South Africa. Commitment to Africa, common prosperity and development. Publication of all the concrete agreements reached with coalition partners to avoid a perception that they are secret agreements. Constant and honest engagement and reports to the people on the progress made on coalitions. Additionally, our negotiation principle and demands will include the following: amendment of the Constitution to realize land expropriation without compensation in 6 months, creation of state-owned bank, nationalization of the South African Reserve Bank, cancellation of the historical student debt in 12 months, creation of a state pharmaceutical company in 12 months, passing of insourcing bill in 12 months, removal of distem from the national anthem, opening of clinics for 24 hours, 7 days a week, provision of free sanitary towels for all who need them, provision of free water and electricity for all SASSA beneficiaries. We will engage with all political parties that accept our principle and demands as legitimate, and will respect political parties that believe that our demands are irrational and must not be entertained. While we have decided to form part of the government of South Africa from 2024 onward, we are not desperate for positions and will not sacrifice principle on the altar of political convenience. The EFF final list of members of parliament and provincial legislatures will be amended to reflect the work done during elections. Those who did not play any role in the election work of the EFF will not go to parliament or provincial legislature, even if their names appear higher on the list submitted before the elections. The EFF officials who are mandated to be the final list committee will meet during the course of the week to conclude on the final list of those who are going to represent the EFF in national parliament and in different provincial legislatures. We advise all EFF members and leaders to comply with the decision of upper structures. Finally, we once again say thank you to our voters, supporters, and those who pledged financial and non-financial support to our movement. We also convey our gratitude to those who kept us in their prayers so that we all are protected during the election program. Thank you, South Africa. Rea leboha, siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. We'll take a round of hands. You can just show your hands and then we will acknowledge you. Bahum Page, I see you are the first to raise your hand. Number 2. Then a hand that I did not see. Okay, I see you, CD. K, that's number 4. I can't see you, my sister, sitting down. Then number 5, my brother, number 6. Number 7, wait, okay, number 7, I see you. On the far right. Okay, then number 8. Okay, comrades, everyone who takes the question from number 1, please introduce yourself and give us the outlet at which you're coming from. Thank you very much. Let's start with number 1. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. I know I'm behind the cameras, Malam is not seeing me, but you hear the voice. It's Njuguna from the SABC. I hear you mentioning some of the key principles that will guide your negotiation in the Acne-prone skin? Black it out. Try new Garnier Charcoal Serum with 4% AHA BHA powered by green sciences. The first black serum with no residue. Clinically proven to reduce blemishes and acne marks. New Garnier AHA BHA Charcoal Serum. Approved by dermatologists. By Garnier, naturally.
Information of the government of coalition. But what is it, maybe let me ask it this way, what is it that you are willing to somehow compromise, given that in a negotiation of this nature is a give and take? Out of that principles which you have laid out quite clearly, but I mean you are aware that South Africans have given you half in terms of mandate. So what is it that you as EFF are willing to somehow compromise? Thanks.
Number two, I want to from UFM to thank you for the opportunity. Saying that whatever happens, they are not willing to work. So in particular, the ANC. Does the EFF have any parties, especially the ANC, that would say no, we will not work with this one, we will work with that one?
Number three, everyone who's taking a question, please quietly move to a mic near you. On the tables, there are mics. Just use the mic. Because you don't have a shot and give them this one.
Thank you so much.
It's on.
Well,
I think we can utilize this one so that. Oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
I'm looking at the EFF performance here in your election prediction. Watch the EFF grow. We're not necessarily watching the case now. I know people are making a case around MYKE party. But as the EFF, I don't like to reflect on the role it's played in its current position. And I mentioned that because over the years there's been the KZN buses issue, about KZN Council of the buses issue. There have been issues about seeing people being rejected supposedly by the ANC being given posted parliament, and the EFF members saying, but we're working to reward these people. So has the EFF also reflected on whether or not you've also played a part in what's happened on the leaderboard behind us? A issue of coalitions.
We did not hear that question.
Have you played a part as the EFF in where you've come out in those numbers there? In the past, every other election you've seen you grow. That's not the case in 2024. It's not just, for me, it's not just an MK question. Does the EFF look at itself and say, maybe we also need to reflect on what we should have done better? Right? That's the first question. Secondly, on the issue of coalitions. In 2016, you were in a working relationship with the DA. You're currently in one with the ANC and the DA. Part of what the ANC keeps saying that it wasn't a working relationship. And they look at coalitions now, they say EFF is not desirable because it's difficult to manage the EFF. Is that an unfair assessment from where you stand as you go to the table? And just very quickly, the last one. My last one, I swear. You have a list of your cardinal pillars that are part of what you're going to negotiations with. Some are saying, based on your current performance, you're not going there to the table with the upper hand, that you have no right to dictate the terms. You need to be more amenable to what is possible. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Comrades, let's keep our questions pointed and precise. Number 4.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Letela of Bloomberg News. The first question, just around configurations that you're thinking of in terms of coalitions. I wonder if you would consider a government of national unity in which all parties that have reached an agreed upon threshold would automatically participate. Would you be in favor of that? That's the one configuration. The second one would be whether or not the agreement that you would be in favor of would affect just the national picture, or if there's scope for it to be a wholesale agreement which would then consider where you participate in local municipalities.
much. My name is Njuguna. I'm from the Manhattan. Look, during the media briefing, I think it was just before the elections, you said that your position would be in jeopardy if you didn't do well in this elections. Do you feel that there might be some issues where the EFF might want to change you from the leadership? And secondly, do you think the emergency of MYKE was the reason that the EFF didn't do so well in this election? And what do you think of how they did? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 6. Let's move swiftly. Number 6. Okay, we're skipping number 7.
Hello, I'm Alexis Akwajira. I'm the managing editor of SYMO for Africa. My question is, are there any preconditions with which you would deal with the ANC? And specifically, would you be prepared to work with the ANC only if Ramaphosa stepped down? I ask this because MYKE said they would not work with the ANC.
Try the new Nice and Lovely Flawless Bio Body Oil. 9 out of 10 Kenyan women agree it worked for them.
Thank you. Number 7.
Questions have been asked.
Number 8. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Njuguna. I work for the Senate. So, you start off by saying you accept the results. What has changed? Because we saw a lot of complaints, especially from EFF quarters in Western Cape, about the results. And just generally, the EFF members have been among those claiming vote rigging, vote manipulation, all sorts of fraudulent behavior that they allege against the IEC. There was the leadership of the leadership feel differently, or something changed between the heightened complaining and now. And then maybe secondly, is the EFF among potential partners willing to work with the DA, which declared the EFF coming into this election as enemy number one? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the first round is done. We'll give it to the leadership, Commander-in-Chief.
Thank you very much. We have just outlined our cardinal pillars and issues that we'll be demanding to the ANC. And we can't say now that these were prepared to let go or not. Because, like you said, negotiations of this nature need you to be ready to compromise on certain things. But there are certain fundamental things that you know that these are deal breakers. For instance, the issue of land is not something that you can compromise on. But we'll go and engage, open-minded kind of an engagement, and then we'll take it from there. We want to work with the ANC. If there's any party that we can work with and work properly, is the ANC. Because ANC, when compromised, is not arrogant. And ANC, when it doesn't have absolute majority, and it happens that you share power with them, they never recover from losing power. So if we're to go to election again in the next 2 years, the ANC sitting at 40% now, for sure they're going to come back with 15%. Because after losing elections, they don't do any effort, nothing, to change some attitude. So once they say the ANC has lost what, you must know they are going to lose forever. So don't worry. That's why we prefer them, because they will never grow.
We did a self-reflection, and we did very well as the EFF. We did what a well-established political party does, and including those buses, those people that were expelled for not bringing buses, we have no regret at all. They did not impact us anyway. I just said in the statement now, when we're running elections, you'll find that there are people who are not playing a role in the elections, but they are on the list. So there is a principle, guideline that was issued during elections when we're constituting election teams and converting our structures into election teams, that everybody must go perform where they are assigned. And then some decided not to do their work. And because they were disturbing the work of the elections, we said, just go home, we'll see you after these elections. So we're going to see them to tell them to decline their seat in parliament. Because you can't sit at home and then go and dance at the rants in Cape Town rants when people are fighting to put up a rally and all of that. You have no role to play. You sit at home, straight from rants, you go to parliament. It will never happen, that one. Never. It's not going to happen. Look, we are going to negotiate with the ANC the same way we did in 2016. We were stronger in 2016. I mean, we were in 2016. We were almost the same numbers. If I'm not wrong, those numbers changed in 2019 to be what they were, 1.888 something. So